ECE WP29. So these are the two standards. Later in the further slides, I'll elaborate these things. So with this introduction, we'll just move on with automotive cyber security. So initially, I'll just show some numbers. So I said like one case study. Say I'll just show this video. So in this, if you want, I'll play again. So I said like unauthorized access. So this is one simple example where I think I found this in the Instagram. So the device name I think Flipper Zero. So they unauthorizedly say they opened the car lock, unlocking the car. So this is one of the sample of unauthorized access. So now, say, let us jump into the introduction. Say, like, what is the timeline over which I said like case studies have happened. So I think in the initial slides I have mentioned only till 2015. I think even 2025 attacks I have mentioned in the later slides. So let us look into the timeline, say which highlights the cybersecurity incidents in automotive industries between 2010 and 2015. This is very earlier, say like 10 years earlier. Recent ones also I will show in the further slides. So in March 2010, say like they say remote shutdown. So hack into the car. So we first notable case of remote shutdown attack. Hackers were able to compromise the car dealership itself, security system, and remotely disable the car ignition. So this was the first case when hacking happened. So further, you can say see the cases like stolen cars. So wherein onboard devices OBD2 tools were hacked. So in 2012, you can see the cases of stolen cars using OBD2 tools. So thieves used the diagnostic kits originally meant for maintenance purposes to reprogram the keys and steal the vehicles, especially say like BMWs. So then you can say the see the case study of 2012, wherein they have used smartphone apps. So hackers adopted smartphones as a bridge. They have used the Android app allowed remote hackers to access the car's ECU. So again, it is the electronic control unit. You can see other example wherein electric car hacking has happened, wherein in 2014, so the attack has significantly happened. So again, here it is in China. So I think Chinese white hat hackers has demonstrated a remote hack on Tesla Model S. Actually, it was on Tesla Model S, controlling only doors and windows. So further, this was a major alert. So this was the beginning point wherein a major cyber attack had happened. So you can see the examples of 2015 and even telematics hacking. So you can say like say from this timeline. So even if it is 10 years older data, the key takeaway point is like from this timeline is that cyber attacks on vehicles they are not hypothetical. So they have been happening over a decade. So I said like this is older data and complexity has grown. See, earlier you imagine in 2015 what was the speed with which we were connecting to the external world, and imagine what was the speed with which the CAN bus was communicating with all the sensors and all the electronic control unit which were connected to the bus. But now, what is the speed? Say the speed with which they are communicating is very high, and at that time, FlexiRay protocol was, I think, just introduced or it was in the middle stage, but now it has adopted in most of the vehicles. So now the number of external connections, so number of again infotainment, even Bluetooth connectivity, most of the sophisticated connections are happening. So that is why the threat is more now rather compared to 10-year old data. So even then, so this was like more or less the starting point. wherein hacking had happened. So that is why I just have quoted safety begins with security. And again, to highlight, most of the slide contents were taken from only two survey articles, again recently published in IEEE intelligent vehicular IEEE transactions on intelligent vehicular systems 2025. I'll show the articles later. So most of the data is taken from that, and a recent Forbes report. I think the author name, I think I've mentioned in the last slide. Yes. So Thanjamal Pangarkar, so Chief Marketing Officer. So his report was published in Forbes and Market Us. This report, along with two transaction papers in IEEE, so vehicular systems, I have taken most of the data. So now look at some of the statistics. I think this is okay. So you can see the automotive cybersecurity global market report in 2025. Again, this year, it is projected from 2024 to, actually here it is 2029. So it will go up till 2032. I'll show it in the next slide. So the CAGR means, I think it is compound annual growth rate. So in next slide, I think one more graph is there, wherein it is portrayed like it will go up to 22 hike in 22 to 25%. So you can say like in 2024, it has $2.77 billion, the automotive cybersecurity global market, but it is proposed to rise to 6.68 billion. Even in some articles, they are showing like $20 billion. So this is the market capture of automotive cybersecurity in the global market. So you can see other, say, what is the impact background around, say, like this data was till 2024. So till 2024, impact background based on what are all the major automotive cyber attacks that have happened. In most of the cases, it is data privacy breach, and of course, related to it is nearly contributing to 60%, and business disruption 53%. Remaining all you can see here. Okay. So we can say continue with the, again, this 22%, it is from other report, as I showed in the name of that person who has authored. So he is telling like around 2032, the CAGR, compound annual growth rate related to cybersecurity issues, will be 22%. So reflecting its increasing importance in the cybersecurity. So the importance of cybersecurity in automotive industry, it is very high according to this. Again, this is like 2022 report. It is said like earlier it was $3.2 billion, and it is proposed to rise up to 22. In the previous slide, I said like in 2029 it would be around $6.66 billion. So this is from that report, again 2032. So it will go around $22 billion. Again, most of the the distribution of cyber attacks worldwide, say if you consider, it is predominantly remote attack. It is not like direct. So since I work on radars, most of the cases we use line of sight, and of course most of the cases we use burst jamming. So directly it is like direct attack. So here, till date, whatever the hacking or cyber attacks which have happened, so 97% of them were remote attacks. In contrast, the physical attack constituted to much smaller portion, which is 3%. So these are some statistics. Again, if you consider the automotive cybersecurity market size by type, so what type? Say in majority of the cases, it is the wireless security issues, because most of the attacks have happened because of the wireless connectivity to the external world. Either it can be, say, simple connection of USB connection of a device to a USB port, or say you can say like that is wired. So connect Bluetooth connectivity. Majority of the cases, the attacks might have happened through Bluetooth connectivity. So that I'll elaborate in the later slide. And of course, next major portion is like network security revenue. So others are say cloud issues, say application security. So you can say like automotive, say, so based on the automotive cyber security, based on type, so you can classify, they have given into 5 classes, out of which major portion is say wireless security revenue. So now consider the distribution of automotive cyber attacks. So again, this is from 2022. So as I mentioned earlier, 97% of them were remote attacks. Only 3% were from physical attacks. If you consider share of the attacks, like what is the range over which they were able to hack the vehicle. So notably, 70% is long range, 30% is short range. So if you consider number of cyber attacks in the automotive production companies, so it is continuously, I think, x-axis. So you can see like from 22 to 23, they have portrayed. Say the numbers are like increasing. So I'll show you the recent cases in the further slide. So what is the impact of cyber crime in cyber attacks in the automotive companies? So this is, I think, in the first slide I have shown majority of them are privacy or data breach and business disruption, means they contribute to 60 and 53%. Again, numbers are changing. So because of different reports, I have borrowed from both Forbes and Marketer's Scoop. So this is from Marketer's Scoop. So what are the other things? Say like because of this sort of cyber attacks. So you can say the company say Upstream Security, they have raised $100 million funding. So in 2023, say it is a major funding. So for the development of say security, cloud-based security platform in the modern vehicles. So this is the biggest amount. And other companies say like Groundnox, so they have secured $75 million related to automotive cyber security. So these are like some statistics related to automotive cyber security. Again, numbers are huge, because most of us see, according to some report, so we have in India, we have over 70 million vehicles on road till date, so till 2024. And of course, in the first quarter of 2025, already 1 million vehicles have been sold, passenger vehicles. And most of the recent vehicles are like sophisticated with modern sensors, and they have all connectivity. At least they have Bluetooth connectivity for means for voice calls, for infotainment and all. And of course, if you have say that Android Auto, the update would be over the air. So whenever there is a connection, there is wireless connectivity, there is a possibility of hacking may happen. So in most of the modern vehicles, they have the external connection, and there is a higher possibility that so the vehicle would be hacked. So that is why there is a high need for automotive cyber security. Again, all these numbers are borrowed from this report. So in Marketers Scoop Online, and of course some data in the earlier slide was taken from Forbes. Again, it was published in 2024. So now I I had shown the example cases from 2010 to 2015. So now let us consider the some recent data. So this is the one I said, like Velasek and Miller. They took control of the Jeep Cherokee, say, driven by the journalist by name Greenberg. So say they took over complete control, so which made Fiat Chrysler to recall 1.4 million vehicles. So next, say there are groups for hacking only. So NCC group researcher, say I think Qasim Khan, was able to open and drive the Tesla by exploiting Bluetooth. I said I'll show you the various ways of hacking the Bluetooth, means what were the example cases of hacking the vehicle through Bluetooth, but this was in 2022. And of course, you can say like Subaru. So this is the vehicle. Again, it is a Ford. So the hackers were able to access the driver data and vehicle functionalities. This is in recent 2025. So again, still recent if we consider say like Nissan Leaf. So this is the car. So PCI automotive researchers have demonstrated, say like there are so many vulnerabilities in the wireless connectivity of this car because it is sophisticated with almost all V2X features. So because of those features, they were able to spy through the car and physically take over the car in various functions. And of course, they were able to remotely take control over, say like door, wipers, on mirrors, almost every functionality. And again, in recent, I think while searching for this, I have found out like in July 2025 recently. So the researcher say disclosed perfect blue, say I think a chain of four vulnerabilities. So CV, it is like what are the vulnerability cases. So they each time they come up with a different vulnerability, they'll update with a certain specific number. So these vulnerabilities, say like CVE 2024 45431, it is related to Bluetooth stack in automotive infotainment system. So the flaws they say enable remote code execution. So through the Bluetooth, they were able to take the control over the vehicle. Of course, it is possible, means they have showed like it is possible to hack, say, the major manufacturers like Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Skoda, and other vehicles. So these are like, say, major cyber attacks or cyber security breaches that have happened in automotive sector. So now, so let us move on with what are the other pros and cons. Of course, this we have shown in the major, say, units or segments in modern domain cars. We have like powertrain system, chassis control, infotainment, so then body control system. So now let us consider for cyber attacks, what are the different constraints are like. So the first and foremost is like hardware limitations. Most of the electronic control units or ECUs in vehicles are embedded systems. This we know, with limited computing power and memory. Assume like say we want to integrate some say complex security algorithms to this. So in that case, to integrate that strong cryptographic algorithms, it's not feasible both with respect to execution and power performance. So second case is like timing requirement. So you can say like the ECUs, say there are hundreds of ECUs in the car, so they should handle safely the critical functionalities. Of course, it is related to engine or most of the cases powertrain network. So such as taking stay means say steering control, etc. So any feature that you add, any added security feature, so it should ensure these tasks are not delayed. So of course, if you overburden these electronic control units, this also delays in wherever criticality is required. So that also delays the performance. So this is the second constraint. So the third is like autonomy. So since the driver's privacy focus must remain on only driving, the vehicle's cybersecurity mechanism should work autonomously, so without requiring manual intervention or creating distraction. So again, some pop-ups or some say intervention or some response from the driver if it is required. So that is like say distraction for the driver. So if you consider the fourth case, say like life cycle. So unlike the consumer electronics, which typically span for shorter span, so vehicles, most of the cases in service for 10 to 20 years. So ours is like middle class population. Once we buy a new car, we'll at least run it for 10 years. So in that case, the hardware that is there in the car and even the software should be durable. So this is again the second constraint. So if you go for software updates or any hardware change, in that case, so suddenly that cannot penetrate. So finally, it is like supplier integration challenges. So there are so many automotive manufacturers. Again, I have shown part by part, means segment. In each segment, there are n number of manufacturers. Most of the cases, they rely on third-party suppliers for even for software components and also for some of the hardware components. Again, that there comes intellectual property rights and those issues. So this might be the last constraint. So you can summarize like these constraints make automotive cybersecurity more challenging in further days. Again, each year there are so much say like development in both with respect to both software and hardware. So in that case, it is challenging. Say these are the constraints for upgradation. Of course, if you consider the major communication standards, so they are CAN is like most robust. Only speeds are varying. So if you consider CAN XL, that gives the highest speed. That is the recent version. And of course, in some of the high-speed applications, they use FlexiRay. Other than that, even automotive Ethernet is used for high-end, means high-speed vehicles. So these are like constraints. So now consider, say, what are the vulnerabilities? Say like, and of course, attack goals. So attack goals are more or less clear. So either say the hackers may want to say take over the car, say like vehicle theft, and of course it may be say may not be vehicle enhancement. So just for say the might be to lower the mileage or so or tune the engine settings or install an unofficial software. So they are like most of the cases our cars will run on proprietary softwares. So these enhancements again, so manufacturer has to bear the losses. So then extortion, IPR challenge. So these are like attacking goals. And if you consider the vulnerabilities, most of the cases, the communications. So because the messages across the electronic control units spread across the vehicles, they are like vulnerable. And without authentication, if you are connecting, of course, most of the cases, Bluetooth asks for authentication in either way, but still can be hacked. And if there are no encryption messages which are being passed throughout the vehicle across electronic control units in different parts of the vehicle, again, that is also a vulnerability. Again, prioritized messages, ID based priority scheme should be there. Again, uh, CAN frame, once the frame format is fixed, you know the frequency, so then there is a possibility that it is hackable. So these are like vulnerabilities and these are like goals. So we just what we have considered till this slide is like we defined what automotive cybersecurity is. So what are the recent statistics with respect to automotive cybersecurity, and what are the use cases? Say like where the attacks have been happened, why the automotive cybersecurity is required there. So then we just took what are the constraints, vulnerabilities, and attack goals. So now, so they have classified in literature. There are n number of classes, say for cyber attacks. So broadly, again, this is from I said no from the transaction paper. So broadly, they have classified, say, the cyber attacks into these classes. Actually, we can classify them as sniffing, fuzzing, denial of service, injection attacks, then replay attacks, then man in the middle attacks, then GPS spoofing, then jamming in case of external radars. So let us consider each one of them. Say in the first slide, I think say we have I have kept sniffing and fuzzing. So what is the that this is like basic. The first attack say that I have considered is sniffing. This is more or less a passive attack. Here the attacker, say the attacker monitors the network traffic. So without altering it, so he'll not alter it, so he'll just tap into it. So in the context of vehicles, sniffing usually targets the CAN bus, because we all know CAN is a message-based protocol, and of course, most of the cases it is asynchronous and half duplex. So it targets CAN bus and other wireless interfaces. So, so in this case, so easily you can tap into the messages. So you can take an example like an attacker, say is using onboard devices dongle with along with a laptop, as shown here. Here the dongle along with a laptop. So to sniff through the messages, which are sniff means to tap through the messages which are flowing through the canvas. So by analyzing these messages over time, say let him take time, say by analyzing these messages over time, the attacker can easily identify the IDs. So we know the can frame format. So the IDs are like 11 bit. Yeah. So most of the cases we know the number of bits that are being used for IDs. So once he sifts through the IDs, he can easily crack, or he can crack the messages and he can hack the vehicle. So second type of this is one class of cyber attack. Second class of cyber attack is like fuzzing. So this is like it is most of the cases used to test the robustness. So this system injects. See here, the arrows have been shown. So in case of fuzzing, the system injects random and malformed data most of the cases, and attacker exploits this by sending unexpected or invalid messages to the vehicle electronic control unit. So to trigger most of the cases, this is to trigger crashes or unexpected behavior of the vehicles. So you can say like an attacker, say your system is completely connected wirelessly. In that case, take an instant like attacker is repeatedly sending random CAN messages to the infotainment system. So he repeatedly sends the CAN messages to the infotainment system and telematic ECU. So to cause software fault or reboot, so continuous rebooting or continuous false alarming messages. In that case, fuzzing, say the diagnostic commands can be altered. So this is like fuzzing. So you inject some random messages through fuzzing. So the next is like most important one, denial of service. So most of the cases it is commonly called as DOS. So the common goal of DOS attack is to overwhelm the system so that it cannot perform its functions. So what is the intended function the system has to do? So denial of service. That is why the name denial of service. On a canvas, DOS attackers, most of the is implemented. Most of the cases, it continuously sends the high priority frames. Again, here also, the hackers know the can say frame format, so you can know how to set the higher priorities. You can send high priority messages or frames continuously to hack. So what is the result? Most of the cases, critical safety messages such as related to braking or steering may ever reach the destination. Most of the cases, in that case, crashes will happen. So this is the most common attack, say cyber attack, that is happening in case of automotive cyber security, which is denial of service. Again, the next one is like again this falls under fuzzing itself. So the block diagram or the example diagram that they are taken is almost similar to fuzzing. So injection of attacks, wherein the attacker, most of the cases, actively inserts the malicious or false messages into the intervehicular network. It is not from the external. So for the in-vehicular network, again through CAN, so the attacker injects the fake messages. So this is the fourth class. So again, there are attacks like replay attacks and man in the middle. These are also most of the cases they use this. Again, you can see like this is the server, and this is the original connection. He is the hacker. So he's sniffing through the network and is modifying. Say this is like man in the middle attack only. So this is the original connection. So without authenticating, without authentication, he is establishing a new connection. So replay attack, most of the cases, they are built on sniffing. So in this messages, say are in this type. So the attacker records the legitimate message, and then he'll try to hack through the system. So the impacts are mentioned here. So it is like in replay attacks, it allows the attackers to repeat the command. So even after unlocking the doors, or even after turning on the wipers, or even after locking the doors conversely, so he tries to repeat the commands because he has sniffed through the messages. So this is like replay attacks. Again, so sixth class is man in the middle. So this is another class of attack. Last one I have taken means in the paper they have mentioned is GPS spoofing. We all know like to cruise from one place to other place, we use GPS connectivity. So we log on to the say route map and we'll traverse according to the guidance. So GPS mimicking, say this connectivity can be mimicked. So if this is the true position, if the say path is falsified, so the hacked person will reach to the some other place. It is like a very serious say attack. So most of the cases it targets the vehicle navigation and positioning system. Of course, since automatically it shows the navigation path. Here, the attacker most of the cases transmits false GPS signals, so tricking the vehicle and to calculate the distances and paths, and say he'll be deviated to a different path. So these are like most common say classes of cyber attacks. One is like say, sniffing or eavesdropping. Second is like fuzzing, denial of service. So then injection attacks, replay attacks, impersonation. So then GPS spoofing. So you can summarize like they represent wide spectrum of threats. So apart from say jamming a radar, wherein directly a high amplitude pulses or high power pulses are being transmitted. So these attacks they range from passive observation, wherein a man in the middle. You can take this case wherein so man in the middle he just observes the traffic and modifies the traffic. So they range from passive observation to active manipulation of the vehicle behavior. So what makes these attacks particularly dangerous is that they potentially impact the safety of the vehicle. So a successful attack, most of the cases can break through almost all segments, say like powertrain system, chassis system, almost everything it can crack. So that is why these attacks are say are should be detected at the earlier stage itself. So these are like classes of cyber attacks. So and of course you can also segment like them passive attacks and active attacks, wherein he observes only, then modifies or injects the messages. So man in the middle is one of the example. Active attacks like directly sending the high amplitude or false GPS signal to the electronic control unit or navigation system and modify the behavior of the vehicle. This is the example for active attacks. So you can also say like the remoteless key entry system, one way and two way, active and passive. This is like example of cyber attacks. And of course, other way of representing is like say target the onboard devices. So that is like physical attack. One of the best example for physical attacks like direct noise jamming the Bluetooth, or direct noise jamming all connectivities of the vehicle within the short range. And of course, you can say like wireless attack, say it's like wherever the devices are connected to external say devices, and through CAN bus you modify the messages that are being communicated through electronic control unit to change the way the vehicle responds. So these are like connectivity threats. So under connectivity threats, so another important is like how do we connect always? Either we use pen drives or USB for infotainment. So if we consider USB port, these are the different attacks that might happen. So like starting from multimedia playback, firmware and software updates, USB to Ethernet, running shell scripts, and of course installing unauthorized software through the USB port by the external device, and of course direct memory access through USB attack. So these are like these are like basic classes wherein these connectivity threats are possible through USB ports. Of course, these are the potential vulnerabilities. They are associated with USB port in vehicles. While USB port is most commonly used for convenience, so most of the cases for multimedia playback, they are again from this, they are the possible threats for the vehicle safety also. So most common threat means among all, say like multimedia firmware update, usually multimedia playback is the possible way attackers can get through. So like they can embed malicious software so in the multimedia, and they can take over the vehicle. So we can say like say from this you can say like USB port is the possible say vulnerability through which a hacker can hack the vehicle. So now I'll consider the next important, very important, say connectivity threat, which is Bluetooth. See, earlier in the slides from 2010 to 2015, I have shown say like 4 to 5 use cases. So then I have taken recent connectivity issues or connectivity hacking. So most of them happened through Bluetooth connectivity. So that is why so you can see the possible say like classes like spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, and denial of service. See, you can see the subclasses like most of the cases in the nomenclature, they have added blue. Say like under spoofing, it is blue jacking, blue pineapple, say blue bugging, so then blue bone, so then blue snarfing, blue bone, blue flagging. So they have added say for naming convention. So there's these are like different ways the hackers can get through your vehicle through the Bluetooth connectivity. So you can say like the first category is spoofing, wherein the attacker pretends as a trusted device. So the common say the common classes that has been mentioned as blue jacking. So blue jacking involves like sending unsolicited messages to Bluetooth enabled devices, and of course it may be your smartphones or it may be other Bluetooth enabled devices. So so most of the cases it can be considered as a prank, but more it is like a threat. So second class is like Bluetooth pineapple. So wherein attackers create a virtual, or you can say like say deceiving Bluetooth access point and trick the device itself. So it is like say tricking the Bluetooth point itself. Once it is connected, attacker can extract all the information from the vehicle, including the diagnostics. And of course, say second class is like tampering. You can see the tampering classes like remote code execution, blue bugging. So most of the cases, blue bugging allows an attacker to gain full control over the vehicle, including making calls and accessing the data. This is very dangerous. And of course, remote code execution, again, they try inserting a malicious code through Bluetooth into your device and take the control over the vehicle. So this is like knob attack, say key negotiation Bluetooth attack. So that is the next class. So wherein most of the cases, this forces the devices to use weak encryption keys. So weak encryption keys for pairing the devices. So once that is done, so once weak keys are inserted, so it is easy for the hackers to get through or crack through the devices. So the other classes are like information disclosure, as the name itself indicates. Say this car whispering. So it allows the hackers to listen to the conversation between the passengers or even the driver and other passengers who are sitting inside the vehicle through Bluetooth audio channels. So through the Bluetooth audio channels, they'll be able to listen to the audios. So, and of course, next class is like blue snarfing, wherein attackers steal the data. Say, like usually we connect the smartphones to the through Bluetooth to our vehicles, wherein we open entire contact book and recent contacts. In some of the recent devices, there is voice over play of messages. Even replay can be done through voiceover. So, in that case, blue snarfing, it can easily means confiscate, or it can easily take all your contacts and even messages. So blueborn, say additional remote code execution, say it can say like most of the cases it try to include some additional code to say extract the data. So in majority of the previous threads which are being shown, most of the cases there is an involvement of Bluetooth connectivity, because it is commonly used for either navigation or for making calls, making messages. So even for other infotainment, means playing of videos, audios, and all. So since most commonly Bluetooth connectivity is used, so most commonly it is used for cyber attacks. So we have taken two connectivity threads. One is like USB port, wherein we'll plug in our say pen drives or other devices, so through which the hackers can crack through the vehicular network. And second is like Bluetooth connectivity, so wherein there are n possible ways. So say like starting from snow, what we call spoofing till denial of service, so to crack through the device and modify its behavior. So this is like these two are like connectivity threats. So overall, say like so these are the all possible attacks. So again, this is from that ITS say article. So basically, you can classify attacks types. There are n number of ways again. So if we go through different journal articles, we'll get to know different say classes. As I mentioned in the earlier slide, active and passive is one of the class. Say like active is like GPS spoofing, passive is like man in the middle. So now in this article, I found it interesting because he has mentioned almost all cases here. So attack types can be classified into three basic classes: availability, confidentiality, and integrity. If you consider the subclasses in the availability attack, attack on the system, attack on onboard devices, so routing attack, so then attack on the navigational equipment. Again, this is like more or less spoofing. So attack on the system is like denial of service. So most of the cases, if you request wirelessly for some service, say like even if it is as simple as playing back the audio, or say turning on the wipers and other thing, so using malware injection and code injection, so they directly try attacking the core of the system. Attack on onboard devices, there are n number of sensors connected to the vehicle, so it can use message passing algorithms, say like hacking the CAN bus or CAN messaging. It can attack on onboard devices. Routing attack, again it is like wormhole attack or black hole attack, say like rerouting the messages. And of course this is like spoofing. So confidentiality attack, say this is like sniffing, man in the middle. So they have classified in different way. So finally, integrity attack. So creating or deceiving the vehicle by creating a fake identity. Say like the this class was mentioned earlier. It's like impersonation. So then attack by data falsification. This is again mimicking. So tamper the data, modify and replay it back. So this is like more or less replay attack. So these are like all possible cyber attacks. Which can be classified like this. So since it is from the recent article, I have borrowed from this. So lastly, I think I'll just elaborate this. I found this very interesting. This is like a replay attack. So how does it work? Say it has mentioned like 1, 2, 3, 4. So goes in a sequence. So assume like what is the step one? The attacker near the car, say he carries a relay device. So I think in the video, I think I have shown this. So the attacker near the car, he carries a relay device. It captures the signal emitted by the car. So you can observe here, you can capture the signal emitted by the car, and then try to detect the key knob facility. I think KNOB, so key negotiation Bluetooth attack or key knob facility. So then second is like, say this signal is then relayed to the uh, actual owner or accomplice who is standing near the actual key knob. So usually, say he falls inside the victim's pocket and then their pocket. So then you can see he responds. He uses another relay device to capture the response. So then sends it back to the attacker near the car. So the car receives the signal believing that the key fob is within the range. So unlocking the doors so hacker can get through. So why this sort of hacking is very dangerous? So again, say this enables. So most of the cases, this sort of attack is used in vehicle theft. So it is not like modifying the vehicle behavior according to the messages. It is like directly vehicle theft. So this is like replay attack. So again, multiple security algorithms can be used for securing the vehicle. So this is the last case. So lastly, other examples are like, again, most of the cases in passive attacks, even in some part of the active attacks, they have used CAN bus, and in some exclusive cases, they have used CAN physical layer directly altering the waveform. So you can in vehicular network, most of the cases, overall they try modifying the message exchange between through the CAN bus, either in CAN physical layer or data link layer. So modifying the error detection. So directly they try tackling the error detection capacity. And threat against the sensors, it is like more or less direct attack. So most of the cases, the external sensors that are being deployed for either infotainment or security, they are targeted. In 90% of the cases, they know what frequency they work, they know what is the frame format, they know what is the waveform that is being transmitted. Once the waveform is known, once the frequency at which they are working is known, once the bandwidth is known, frame format is known, it is easy to target. So directly either they can jam the device or they can mimic the device. So these are like various threats for the in-vehicular networks or various security breaches that might happen, say, for a vehicle. So last case under vehicle threats is like, as I mentioned, say direct jamming. So it is like we say electronic countermeasure. So this usually we call means we quote under radar jamming. So you can say like sensor jamming itself. So the electronic countermeasure, either it can be active or passive. In this case, they will not use chaff or decays. So this is again false here. Only in case of radars, this will work. This is for mimicking. So most of the cases, the jamming, say direct jamming or direct hacking in case of say onboard devices or onboard sensors. So for targeting sensors, they use only two classes of jamming. One is like noise, other is like deceptive jamming. Noise jamming is most straightforward jamming, wherein the attacker knows what is the frequency at which the device is working, what is the bandwidth over which the device works, and of course the frame waveform formats and all. So in that case, directly either you'll shoot a high amplitude signal at a particular frequency, jamming the particular segment of the device, or he'll spread the message over a wide range of frequencies so that almost all devices which are working in that frequency range will block, and he'll sweep over the range of frequencies. Again, this is very costly. Most of the cases, in case of in-vehicular networks, we know what is the frequency. I think in the further slides, I have mentioned what frequencies the different sensors and devices work. So directly they spot jam the device. So second is like deceptive jamming. One of the best example is GPS spoofing. So in that case, they trick the device using range, either by range or by velocity, or by even angle also. They deceive the vehicle, and they'll falsify the vehicle. As I mentioned in the previous slide, spot jamming is like the jammer knows what is the frequency at which, for example, we know what is the frequency at which Bluetooth works. We know what is the frequency at which the other devices in the in-vehicular network work. So straight away, he'll send a high pulse, means high amplitude pulses over that frequency with denser spectrum. So you can observe the jammer spectrum power. So this will jam off the device itself. This is called as spot jamming. Second case is barrage jamming. So you can say like there are multiple sensors or multiple radars. So in the recent level 5 vehicle, minimum there will be 6 to 8 radars, which is used for blind spot detection, forward collision avoidance, reverse collision avoidance. Assume like you barrage jam them. So in that case, if it were to be an autonomous vehicle, most of the sensors, most of the radars can be jammed off using barrage jamming. So if you sweep over a very large frequency range. In that case, once the radars are blocked, so in that case, the car loses eyes. So it cannot view in the 360-degree and it cannot say cruise on its own. So that is why these type of jammers are very dangerous and they're highly effective in jamming. Spot jamming, if you know the frequency, it is like it can jam off the device. So this is like tricking. So again, we call it as range gate pull off in terms of radar parameters. So you can say like range deception. So here, if this is the true target, say for example, your vehicle is an autonomous vehicle, so it is used, say it is traveling on its own by opposite obstacle detection. So it is detecting the range of the obstacle, it is detecting the velocity with which opposite vehicles are moving. So in that case, if that capacity itself is tricked, so creating the false target, so intentional crash of the vehicle will happen. So this is called as tracking gate, where initially the false target locks onto the true target and starts sending higher pulses to the receiving vehicle so that it feels this as a target and locks onto it. Once it locks onto the false target, so the range is itself is deceived. So this is called as range gate pull off. So creating a false target by mimicking. So this is called, say these two, they highlight, say I brought in this particularly noise jamming and deceptive jamming. So for radars, because of autonomous and connected vehicles. So most of the cases, these are highly effective. So they'll jam off the vehicle within seconds. So I said like once you know the frequencies and waveforms with which your device works, it is easy to jam. So you can consider the radars in the ADAS. Most of the cases, the vehicular radars are 77 gigahertz to 81 gigahertz. So you know the frequency. Of course, they were some of them work in 24 gigahertz very rarely. Most of the Texas radars, they either it is AWR or IWR sensors, they work in 77 to 81 gigahertz, and they 100% they use FMCW radar, FMCW waveforms. So you know what is the frequency at which the radar is working. You know what is the waveform it is operating. So in that case, hackers can easily get through. So only thing is, it should know what is the chirp rate and what is the say other radar parameters like PRF and all, and it can be easily computed once these values are known. So second is like ultrasonic parking sensors. They work at very low frequency, 40 kilohertz, and they use pulses. We know lidars, they work in very high frequency, it is in terahertz range, and it is easy to jam. Most of the cases they work line of sight, and pulse lasers are used. FMCW optical lasers are not being deployed. I think the lidar that they use in cars are called as velodyne. They are pulse lidars and they are easy to jam. And if you consider V2X connection, say vehicle to infrastructure, in most of the cases they work around 6 gigahertz, sub 6 gigahertz, and the waveform that they use is OFDM. We know Wi-Fi works at 2.4 or higher 5 gigahertz. Again, where the waveform is OFDM. Bluetooth is again 2.4 gigahertz. The waveform is GFSK. And keyless car entry, say that it works at frequency 13.5 around this frequency, and waveform is ASK. It is easy to deceive. Again, tire pressure monitoring system and I think key enabling system, they also work in this frequency. Again, the waveform type is ASK and FSK. So you can observe the common thing in almost all the subsystems. We know what frequencies the device is working. We know what is the waveform. So in that case, easily say the hackers can crack through the device and they can crack. So this is like vehicular frequencies, and you can see like they spread over wide range of frequencies. So particularly if they want to crash the vehicle, they can target the higher frequency. Like once the collision avoidance and blind spot detection systems are crashed, it is easy to crash the vehicle. So if it want to modify the messages that are being going through the communication devices, so then it targets around this. Again, taking the control over vehicle or keyless entry, most of the cases, this is the frequency range. So, but in general, so this is spread over the range of frequencies starting from let's say 50 to 100 kilohertz till terahertz. So other possible attacks are based on, say, like connecting to cellular networks. So most of us carry smartphones. So, and of course, in vehicle we connect it to the infotainment system. Most of the cases there will be over the air updates and over the air transmissions happening. Because of that, there can be say attack happening. So lastly, I think say I ran around so the more majority of the slides around cyber attacks. So let us model. I think I'm continuously talking. How much time? There are so many slides, I think. So how much time left? Possibly.
Sir, still 15 minutes are there, sir.
Oh shit. So sorry. So
Yes.
I could have asked in the at the beginning itself. So in the middle itself. So it's okay. So majority of the earlier slides, they are like use cases. So what are the various ways a vehicle can be hacked or cyber attacked, and what are the different classes of attacks that may happen in vehicular network, and of course what are the possible ways of jamming and how do they jam. So now the basic threat model, say this is like threat model for attack. So it has four segments like access surfaces, whether physical access or remote access. What are the attacking means attack capabilities? So like either onboard devices or onboard sensors, or say fully connected compromising electronic control unit, or inserting the external say messages through the electronic control unit. So the next segment is what is the purpose? Either you want to control or malfunction the vehicle or spoof the vehicle. So correspondingly, the attacking scenarios are this. So this they call it as threat model for attacking. So finally, say like earlier were for modern vehicular, say cyber attacks for modern vehicles. So now if you consider connected vehicles, so in that case, the what do we call the types are again almost all same. So flood attack, say fuzzy attack, spoof attack, replay, most of the definitions are, so explanations are same. So now I'll consider say better I'll consider the intrusion detection. So now like what are the best possible ways so these intrusions can be detected, or say they can be so you cannot avoid most of the cases. We will have uh, the connect external, you have to have the external connectivity. So but how do we say what are the best possible ways to defend? So in that case there are methods like encryption based methods wherein you use cryptographic algorithms, and second class is like you have an intrusion detection system. So in vehicle, so most of the cases anomaly based detection, say which is clock based or voltage IDS. So intrusion detections, then signature based detection, have a watchdog, say intrusion detection, specific based, rule based. So use artificial intelligence based, learning then authentication based and strategic decision based. So this is the most recent one. That is why it is mentioned as last. Again, one article has been proposed, means how game theory can be adopted for devising a intrusion detection system for strategic techniques. And most commonly used is authentication based defense still here. And of course, some part is like signature based. So I'll consider the standards and regulations now. So now if you consider the different attacks and categories of the defense measures, overall, all these can be classified into these defense mechanisms. Say use of cryptographic algorithm, use of machine learning, anomaly detection, signature-based detection, authentication, having a firewall, and of course, in recent it is blockchain. So you can see like in majority of the cases they use cryptography, means what possible attack. In case of denial service, you can either use cryptographic message passing algorithms through Canvas or use learning based algorithms. So to classify whether it is a genuine service request or hacking service request, so or hacker based, and you can use signature based detection. So again, you can see like in case of GPS spoofing, most of the cases encryption helps and even learning helps. And of course, having a firewall wherein malicious GPS signals can be blocked. You can say like the passive attacks like man in the middle. So again, there also in most of the cases, the cryptographic algorithms help either in trapping, say tampering or replay attacks. In majority of the cases, either cryptographic based algorithms or say signature and authentication. I think blockchain and machine learning, they are like recent say class, since it is presented in the literature. So I have taken directly borrowed from the article. So now consider the connected cars. So you can observe this. So there are GNSS connection, Wi-Fi connection, so infotainments. Almost it is connecting to all wireless devices. Means there is a high chance of this being so hacked. So I'll just so one of the hacker, I think even this is the Instagram video wherein he lively demonstrated the hacking. Let us see.
Today we're going to show some live car hacking stuff. So let's go in our garage downstairs and see what Matrix hackers are doing. Praveen and I will be driving the car that will be hacked. The hackers are... Oh, it's beeping. It says no seatbelt, but we're having seatbelts. We're told great seatbelts. And also the park brake. The park brake is showing it's beeping. So there's something weird happening to the vehicle. And the hackers are onto it. And also the vehicle doors are closed. Oh yeah, the door open sign. The doors are closed, but the car display is showing that the door is open. So this is called a denial of service attack, an attack where you throw random messages and nothing else can enter the vehicle communication network.
So you can see most of the cases. So in majority of the attacks, say like in vehicular, either it is in vehicular or external communication attack. In majority of the cases, it is through the communication, say wireless connectivity. That is why in the beginning, while showing the statistics, so the major threat is like wireless connectivity. And of course, in connected cars, you just look at the connections: vehicle to home, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to telematics, vehicle to network, vehicle to service provider, so vehicle to mobile service provider, pedestrian, vehicle to infrastructure. Because why these all connections are being shown? Because in massive MIMO, So they treat every say segment in the wireless scenario as wireless transceivers. So every device will have the wireless connectivity to almost everything. It has to be secure, but right now all security aspects are not being run. So since so many wireless connections are there, since most of the hackers know what is the format, what is the waveform, so what is the frequency, so easily can be hacked. So now let us get into say I think in the earlier slide I have mentioned like CVE, common vulnerability and exposures. Each time there is a cyber attack or there is a new class of attack, they'll update this. I'm running short of time. There are many slides. I'll show the important ones. So it started in 99 by Mitre Corporation, funded by US Department of Homeland Security. So each time they find a vulnerability, they give a unique ID and they update. So for example, in Bluetooth earlier case, it was discussed. Say it is like CVE 2024-4534. CVE is like common vulnerability exposure. So that had happened in 2024 assigned, and this is a unique serial number depending on when it has happened. So they gave unique numbers to vulnerabilities. Again, examples of that is so many I have mentioned here from 2024 article. So it is like use after free in audio video remote control protocol component. So this is like threat, and they are assigning a score depend, and they are assigning what is the severity with which this vulnerability can affect the vehicle. So this is one segment. Now in the topic itself, they had mentioned standards. There are not many standards. There are two major standards with respect to cyber security in automotive vehicles. So one of them is ISO SAE, say Society of Automotive Engineering. So 21434. In majority of the cases, almost everything related to cyber security engineering is comes under ISO 21434. And of course, these are like software updates, AutoSAR 2022, 24089. They are like software related in majority of the cases. So cyber security related say standards are only two till now: ISO SAE 21434 and SAE J3061. These two are the standards which are most commonly adopted. And of course, I have laid out almost everything. I would have, if time permits, or else I'll share the details. So these are the most common and almost comprehensive standards which are being defined in automotive cyber security. So starting from 21434, again, this is also important. REG 155, 156. So then SAE J3101 NIST. So they classify them into three classes. One is like primary standards. They are like mandatory. Under primary standards, most important are these two: ISO 21434, WP29, and then I think under secondary SAE J3101. So most of the cyber security related issues are mentioned here. So these are the standards, and of course I have these elaborations. What are these? Say like usually say they implement cyber security management system and software update management system. They call it as SUMS. So it is defined under, I said like this is very, very important, UNECE WP29. So and second is REG 155. So third one is 21434. So why this is important is this includes cyber security, means this say add cyber security protocols or cyber security from throughout the life cycle of vehicular production. So starting from conceptualization till end of life. So the cyber security related issues are means rules are being mentioned are defined under ISO 21434. And of course, other standards I have mentioned, as I mentioned, 155, 156. So automotive spice, TISAX. So these are the standards. And related to software, most of the cases say they use AutoSAR C++, And of course, in recent vehicles, they use CERT C++. Um, for over-the-air transmission, they use Uptane. And of course, related to international information security management, these are, again, these standards are not most commonly used. Only, as I mentioned, 21434 and J, say 30101, they use most commonly. Say this is the standard. I said like ISO 21434. This is the standard most commonly used for uh, automotive cybersecurity. I said like starting from project initiation, still post development and end of the life. So this standard is defined. And of course, this they call it as V diagram or V cycle. So item definition till production and say this is the V diagram for your ISO 21434. So that is why that is the standard which is there for automotive cyber security 21434. So this is regarding and other standards related to physical, say physical layer related aspects. Again, here most of the cases it is IEEE 802.11p and ISO 7637. So again, majority of this is defined in 21434 only. So these are the other standards for different frequencies, vehicular networks, automotive radars, lidars, and CAN standards. And of course, individual vehicle, say individual manufacturer will have, they'll have their own cyber intelligence. One example I have quoted here, Mercedes-Benz Cyber Intelligence Response Center. They define their own security, say rules, and they follow their protocols according to their company. So future challenges, I think, again, as we move on with 6G, 7G, number of generations of wireless connectivity, so the number of threats through wireless increases. And of course, integration of AML, it is not as easy as porting the algorithms. Again, hardware has to support your electronic control units. So, say most of the cases they'll be older, or even if they are upgraded. So there is limitation on timing, response timing, and there are real-time constraints. And of course, most of the cases, long vehicle life cycle. Even if we want to port the software complexity because of the updates will change. There are so many other constraints related to say cyber security, say for automotive safety. So as I mentioned, say this is the key reference for my presentation. So it is presented in 2024, a survey of cybersecurity challenges and mitigation techniques for connected and automotive vehicles. So, and of course, there is a handbook called as Automotive Cybersecurity Engineering Handbook. So Ahmad K. Nazar. So this book almost has almost everything, all standard ISO 21434 is in detail presented in this textbook. So this is all about my presentation. I tried actually. I was mostly concentrated my interest towards attacks rather than elaborating the standards. So actually, I would have elaborated this V cycle. That is most important. So it's okay. You can get the details related to 21434 because there are only two cybersecurity say standards majorly defined, 21434 and other aspect. So I have come to so the end of my presentation. So I can put forth like a car or a vehicle of your own. A car without security is like a car without brakes. So it can run fast, but it's only a matter of time. So it may end up with a disaster anytime. So hopefully the future technologies in the future vehicles. So, let us expect they're fully, even though they are fully connected, let us assume safety and means presume like they come with inbuilt safety and security. So summary is like wherever wireless connectivity, possible connectivity is there, it is a potential point for an attacker to crack through. So that's all from my side. So thanks for listening patiently. Thanks for your
Thank you,
patience.
sir. Thank you, sir. We are very highly honored to have you, sir.
Thank you,
Now we
ma'am.
open the floor for any questions from the participants. Dear participants, you can unmute yourself and please ask the questions.
I try video, I think it is. So by the time you can ask, if you have any.
Dear participants, please unmute yourself and you ask questions. Any questions from the participant side? Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Related to say related to cyber security, this textbook, automotive cyber security. So this is soft copy is available. Either you can download through LibGen or SciHub. So almost everything related to automotive cyber security, you can get the details from this book. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We were highly honored for you to have you, sir. We look forward for your valuable insights, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The session was very much informative, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So shall I log off?
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
The session was very much useful to the participants today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Vidya madam,
Yes, ma'am.
just 2 minutes. I just want to give an instruction for the participants. Just 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Dear participants, all of you know that today we are going to end up the our FDP, 6 days FDP. After the 6:30 to 7:30, you are going to have a feedback session and then the test session. Please do attend, because without giving a feedback and without attending this MCQ, you never going to get a certificate. So it's an humble request to each and every of the participants. Please, the time is from 6:30 to 7:30. We are going to have a feedback session and a test session. Please do attend by going through the ATAL portal. Okay, it's a humble request to all the participants. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Vidya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce today's distinguished resource person, Mr. Mohsin Khan A. Sir is a domain expert and a corporate trainer for VLSI and embedded automotive and has over 14 plus years of training and IT experience. Sir has expertise in Verilog, VHDL, FPGA system Verilog, UVM, C, C++, Python, Embedded C, ARM, microcontroller, RTOS, MATLAB, and Simulink. Mr. Mohsin Khan A. Sir has a demonstrated expertise in VLSI design and verification, embedded system and automotive, programming languages like C, C++, Python, Embedded C, Verilog, VHDL, System Verilog, and it is I'm proud to say that Sir has a training experience of 25,000 plus man hours for the students. And Sir is a preferred trainer for VLSI and embedded and has trained over 2,000 plus engineers at the student level and has trained over 200 plus engineers at the corporate level. Mr. Mohsin Khan sir has provided several workshops with hands-on lab sessions for various corporate training programs. And we also look forward for your hands-on lab sessions in the future if possible, sir. We are highly honored to have you, sir, and we look forward for your valuable insights which benefits us in this session. On behalf of Saheb family, participants, organizers, distinguished guests, and we welcome you, sir, and the session is over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Vidya, for introducing myself.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
So we'll go ahead with our session, and let me share the screen over here. Okay, so I believe the screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's
Yes,
visible.
sir. It's visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so coming to this particular session, we are going to discuss on these topics, that is interrupt handling in real-time operating system and CAN communication protocol. Yeah, of course, if we talk about CAN, it's a big protocol. We'll see what best we can cover within the given time frame, within the time schedule. Okay. So, along with covering the important topic in real-time operating system, that is interrupt handling, right? So, how interrupts are handled in real-time operating system. As I believe you guys have already attending this webinar or this FDP program sessions from almost 4 days, and you might have come across lots of concepts and overview and better understanding of this real-time operating system and something related with automotive, as mainly this FDP highlights uh, with respect to RTOS and automotive, right? Okay, so let's go ahead with our today's topic. So I will be first starting with RTOS. Like already, we already have that introduction. Like even I believe many speakers have already given introduction with respect to RTOS, and as well myself gave some introduction maybe in the previous webinar session, previous session, earlier session, right? And let's directly jump into the interrupt part. Okay, so which is one of the crucial or important topic whenever we consider a system, a processing system, because uh, you know s- there are so many external peripherals which might need service, or which might need some sort of processing task to be done. At that time they are going to interrupt to the main processor. And as being a faculties, you're almost familiar with the concept of interrupts. But here we are going to relate and understand and deep dive the concepts of interrupt with respect to real-time operating system. Okay, so let us go ahead with this. See, as we already know, there are so many different real-time operating systems which are available in market, and here some of them are listed. You can see like FreeRTOS, Zephyr, and QNX. Fine. So every RTOS, they have their own capabilities, okay, and their own limitations. So again, they are designed for specific applications, considering a particular product. Okay, so like this sessions are more related towards automotive. I can say like this QNX. So QNX is the preferred real-time operating system, which is normally used in automotive industry. Okay, and this QNX, it is having the same APIs, the kernel objects, and the same APIs what we normally find in other RTOS. But this is customized for the automotive ECUs. We cannot use all ECUs as part of your vehicle. There will be some customizations and some standards and specifications. So only those ECUs are preferred, or that will be going to be part of the automotive, okay, a real product, a real vehicle, okay. But there are lots of ECUs, microcontrollers, which can be used for prototyping. For example, you take STM32. Those microcontrollers, they are usually good for prototyping, but they are not actually used in a real vehicle. Okay, when it comes to real ECU inside a car, they prefer particularly uh, ECU from specific semicons, like semiconductor companies. like Infineon or Renesas. Okay, there are so many uh, ECU microcontroller manufacturing companies. In that, some of them they are specialists for automotive applications. Okay, so as we know, ECUs we use for control applications automation. Okay, and here we can program that ECU with operating system and without operating system, and we are talking about real-time operating system. Yes, so let us consider we are using real-time operating system as part of the project, as part of the application, control application. And the purpose of bringing RTOS is multitasking, handling multitasking, completing the task within predictable time or deadlines, right? So now coming to interrupts. So how these interrupts are managed or how these interrupts are responded by your controller when a real-time operating system is part of that. Like you have multiple tasks assigned to a controller ECU, and those multiple tasks they are already managed by RTOS. And during that time, if an interrupt occurs, how that interrupts are handled. So that is what exactly we are going to understand in detail. Okay. So anyhow, we are going to look at those topics, and we are also going to have some hands-on example. I'm going to demonstrate few examples in some controller so that you will have practical exposure how exactly the things work. Okay, so now uh, yeah, so interrupt, as we all know, hardware signals the CPU to pause the present current execution and jump to the ISR and execute, provide service to the interrupt requested hardware, and then get back to the normal execution. Okay, get back to the main execution. Right. So when we talk about interrupts, yeah, we divide interrupts into different categories, or we have different types of interrupts: hardware interrupts, software interrupts, and in that hardware interrupts, that interrupt can be by a hardware timer, or it can be by some protocol, or by some peripheral, right? So there are lots of peripherals when you look inside uh, an SOC or an ECU or a microcontroller, right? So these peripherals, they are connected. See, the on-chip peripherals, they are connected with external hardware devices, IO devices. And whenever the external hardware IO devices, they want service, they interact with the on-chip peripherals, and that peripherals, they request service to the processor. And of course, we'll be having a mechanism of interrupt service mechanism where you might have come across interrupt controller, and first the signal goes to interrupt controller, and interrupt controller will decide or will pass on the message to the CPU. Okay, and that's how the context switching happens between the main program and the ISR, interrupt service routine. So if you talk about software interrupts, that can be because of system calls, or that can be because of exceptions, or due to some invalid instructions. Okay, so exceptions nothing but some errors occurred. Okay, or you have like processor is executing some invalid instructions. Okay, nothing but normally exceptions will occur during that time, or some scenarios like divide by zero, etc. And even system calls. Okay, even system calls are passing signals. Okay, passing signal from one process to another process, so that one process is telling to kill the other process, right? So these are all different types of software interrupts. Okay, so I think we'll be little bit elaborating more towards hardware interrupts. Okay, and anyhow, as we proceed, we'll be coming across that. And again, priority levels. So we can have interrupts with different priorities, or we can have interrupts, something called maskable and non-maskable. Okay, so some interrupts can be disabled, or some interrupts cannot be disabled, like critical events we cannot avoid. Whenever the request arises, we have to service, like CPU has to be provided. Okay. And when it comes to RTOS task scheduling, already you people have come across, like scheduler is one of the kernel object in kernel in real-time operating system, and that is responsible for scheduling, right? It is responsible for scheduling all the tasks, and it will be following some scheduling algorithm like priority based and preemptive scheduling, etc., round robin, so many algorithms. Okay. Now the task scheduler, the task management. Okay, we'll have a scheduler, we'll have the task manager, and the scheduler will be scheduling, and task manager will be managing the task. Okay, using task manager, you'll be creating the task. Okay, you'll be deleting the task, you'll be moving the task from a running state to block state, or running state to a suspended state. Okay, so we have different task states you might have come across while discussing multitask uh, multitask topic in real-time operating system, right? Okay. So here, as the RTOS is busy in managing or handling this multiple tasks based on priority, scheduling, everything is happening. Okay. Then suddenly an interrupt occurs. Okay. And how that interrupt is handled in multitasking environment when there is RTOS present, when RTOS is handling those multiple tasks within that system, right? Okay, just quickly go through the list of hardware interrupts and software interrupts. So already we had discussed this in the earlier slide, and I think we have few more additional points which you can observe in software interrupts. Yes, of course, system calls, exceptions, invalid instructions, memory access violation, and debug breakpoints. These are all create a software interrupt. Okay. And coming to hardware interrupts, so we have listed some of them, like timer overflow may interrupt, may generate an interrupt, and your data received can trigger an interrupt, can message arrival, or GPIO pin state change, or DMA transfer complete. Yes, as I said, all peripherals. Whenever peripherals enters into some state or complete something, it's going to raise an interrupt. Maybe it wants to indicate something to the processor, right? Okay. So normally the interrupt flow. So whenever interrupt occurs, CPU saves current state, that is save the context, then execute ISR, run interrupt service routine, and then restore the CPU state. So just continue from where it stopped. Okay, this is what normally we discuss when we talk about interrupts. Okay, so I will come back to that interrupt concept with respect to RTOS more in detail, and also we'll see one hands-on demonstration. So before that, whatever the relevant topics or important information which we should be aware of with respect to interrupt handling in RTOS, we'll just walk through that. Okay. So latency is another important parameter you can consider, which has to be taken care, especially when servicing interrupts, like handling interrupt during interrupt handling. Okay, so delay between interrupt trigger and ISR start includes hardware detection time. Okay, so how much time it takes to detect the interrupt, hardware detection time, context switching overhead, so how much time it's taking to switch the context, and RTOS kernel operations. As RTOS is performing this multitasking operation, and in that task manager is the one who is responsible for multitasking, and task manager is one of the kernel object, or we can call it as kernel operations. Okay, so here the time taken by RTOS kernel operations, or the APIs, or the kernel objects. Okay, so we have to bring this in the calculation, like RTOS kernel operation time, context switching overhead time, and hardware detection time. So all these three results into overall calculation of latency. Okay. So latency, the delay between interrupt triggered and ISR start. So how much time it is taking to start execution of ISR once the interrupt is triggered. Okay, the gap, the time taken between this and this. Okay, so that is latency. And this is very important. Like you need to keep this latency as less as possible. Let's say average, some at some places they say like 10 microseconds. Try to keep the latency as less as 10 microseconds. Like all these things should happen within 10 microseconds. Okay, fine. So and again it depends on the application. Like we can't expect always the same 10 microsecond. Like every RTOS is designed to give the latency of what we are expecting. It depends on the RTOS what we are using, how it is designed, and for what application. So based on application, we'll be selecting that particular RTOS. That's why in market, hundreds of real-time operating systems are available, right? Okay. Now coming to jitter, it is the variability in interrupt response time. Okay. So normally this is caused by interrupt nesting. Like if you have nested interrupt and variable task execution times, like each task is not executing within the fixed time. So sometimes it's taking a different time. Okay. Variable task execution times. Then resource contention. Okay. So these are the three causes which will bring variability in interrupt response time. Like sometimes the response is fast and sometimes the response is not so much fast. Why that variability in interrupt response time? And that can happen because of these things like interrupt nesting, or due to interrupt nesting, or due to variable task execution times, or due to resource contentions. Okay, so there are some solutions. So if you look at the solutions for latency, how you can you know decrease the delay between the interrupt trigger and ISR start. Like you can minimize the critical sections, optimize ISR code, use priority based preemption. So these are some solutions, suggested solutions, which might improve the latency, nothing but decrease the delay between the interrupt trigger and the ISR start. And if you look at the solutions for jitter problem, so you can go for rate monotonic scheduling or dedicated hardware timers. So interrupt priority grouping, like you have dedicated hardware timers for different tasks and interrupt priority grouping. So these are all few suggested solutions which might reduce the variability in interrupt response time. Okay, so that the jitter is reduced and latency is reduced. So which are highly needed for a real-time response while taking care of multitask operations within that system, right? And coming to priority inversion, I think we had a discussion on this earlier. So priority inversion is one of the major problem which will make the task with high priority to starve. Okay, so because of that synchronization problem, mutex locking and unlocking mechanism. Okay, and that synchronization mechanism that normally brought during resource sharing. So whenever two tasks sharing the same resource, we bring the concept of locking and unlocking mechanism, because of which, a semaphore concept and mutex concept, like in semaphores, we discussed about key concept, and in mutex, like lock concept. Okay. So priority inversion can happen during synchronization, and that problem has to be overcome. So for that, they have a solution called priority inheritance. Okay, I think we have discussed this in detail in the previous session. Okay, I'm not going to again elaborate on this. Okay, and coming to resource contention, shared data access between ISR and task. Now again, this is something challenging again. You know, ISR also wants to use the same resource which is already shared with different tasks which are already running within that system. The RTOS is already managing multiple task execution, and parallelly interrupt arises, and interrupt also wants to use the same resource which is already used by the other task. Okay, so that is resource contention. So that will result into data corruption, race conditions, and deadlocks. Okay, see, data corruption, like for example, you have shared memory. So already some task has written something, and ISR came, and suddenly ISR also using the same shared memory and it modified, overwritten, corruption. Or race condition. Okay, like two tasks trying to use at the same time, or let's say ISR uh, came, and at that time I somebody is already using that, and it somebody is trying to access that at the same time it came and it also went to access that. Race conditions. And deadlocks, like a task, one task is waiting for the key and another task is also waiting for another key. So both tasks not releasing the key, saying that you release, I will release, or I will release, you release. So that will enter into deadlock states. Okay, so these are all has to be taken care. Okay, especially when the concept of synchronization comes. Okay, mutex and semaphores. uh, okay, we have different solutions for that. So right now, uh, you can see some suggested solutions for priority inversion problem and resource contention that has been listed here. It is priority inheritance, priority ceiling protocols, avoid resource sharing in ISR, or use ISR safe APIs, queues for data transfer, lock-free data structures. So these are all some suggested solutions. Okay, so now this is something which you need to know, especially with respect to interrupt handling in your regular execution, or you can call it as bare metal programming or RTOS programming. So you can say, like, let's say you have some system which is executing some program and interrupt occurs, and there is no RTOS, there is no multitasking. So we can call that as bare metal programming. Okay, just try to understand these four differences, so that will give you a better understanding of how the interrupts are taken care or handled, and what is the actual difference of interrupt handling during the presence of RTOS and without RTOS. You can say bare metal is your microcontroller programmed with low level embedded C code for some particular application, and it is not having the RTOS. Like RTOS is not part of that. And in RTOS, like you have low level driver codes which are split into multitasking, into with the help of RTOS, and the RTOS is managing those multitasks so that it can complete the task within the time constraints. Okay, so if you look at the first point, so what it says, ISR context. So the ISR context is completely different in bare metal and RTOS. See here, single ISR context, all processing in interrupt. So what is the meaning of this? The meaning is like you have one ISR written, interrupt service routine, and whenever an interrupt request comes, at that time, the CPU saves the current state and jumps to execute the ISR, and the ISR will do the entire processing which is required for servicing that particular interrupt device. That means here no tasks are written, because no concept of task here in bare metal, because no RTOS, and then no multitasking. Okay, uh, fine. Whereas in RTOS, if you look at the deferred processing via task. Okay, so what do you mean by this deferred processing via task? That means already your system is running multiple tasks and with the help of RTOS, and an interrupt occurs. So during that time, if interrupt takes the time, let's say processor stop all the tasks and it jumps to the ISR. And when it jumps to the ISR, if it remains for long time in the ISR, what will happen? All other tasks which are scheduled, they will be waiting in the queue. So they are starving. They are expecting processor to execute them, but processor is busy in executing the ISR program. then you can say like ISR is blocking all the other tasks. Until ISR completes everything, the processor is not going to come back. Until processor doesn't come back from the ISR, all other tasks are waiting. So this creates problem. Why? Because there are critical tasks which are updating critical information, and those tasks has to be executed timely by the processor, but processor is busy in executing the ISR because all the operation for ISR it is written within the ISR. So that is not allowed in interrupt handling, especially with respect to real-time operating system. Then, then the concept of deferred processing comes there. So the deferred processing is whenever interrupt occurs, the processor quickly jumps to ISR. ISR will activate one task saying that don't my job will be taken care by that task. You just go there, he will come into action. Then you keep executing the task based on the scheduler. My task will also get executed based on priority, and my job will also be get done during multitasking. So here that means the work of interrupt is offloaded, it is given to a task, it is not written within the ISR. So ISR is very short. I'm telling that. Write ISR very short. ISR is just waking up some task. Then that task, when it gets executed by the processor based on real-time operating system and scheduling, the service required for the ISR will be completed. But the service required by the ISR is not completely written within the ISR, within the interrupt program, okay, ISR program, interrupt service routine. So we call this concept as deferred processing. Deferred means uh, like low priority service, like I want something to be done. Okay, I will give you one best example. Let's say you have data coming from ADC and you want that data, some analog sensor, you have connected some analog sensor to ADC. The data is coming from ADC and you want that data to be stored in memory using DMA, right? Then processor, whenever ADC, whenever data comes, ADC will interrupt the processor telling that some data has come. And the job of processor is to take the data and put in the memory. Now, if the data is continuously coming, and let's say ISR, in ISR, you have said you have to store 1 GB of, you have to take like 100 MB of data from the sensor continuously and put it in memory. Then processor gets busy in the ISR itself. Okay, so we don't want this. So when interrupt is occurred by ADC, the processor will go to the interrupt and interrupt will woke up, or interrupt will activate a DMA task and then gets completed. Processor will feel like, okay, I executed the ISR. Actually, that ISR activated the DMA task, and DMA task got scheduled in the list where processor is already executing that multitasking based on the scheduler. Okay. Then what happens? All that data taking job from ADC and putting in memory, that will be done by DMA task. Okay, not by the processor. So at that time, the service to the interrupt is continuously provided. Okay, and your blocking is avoided, like the processor is not getting blocked in the lengthy ISR. Okay, heavy processing. Okay, and we call this concept as deferred processing. Okay, so deferred processing is applicable in RTOS, whereas in bare metal, so we don't have the concept of deferred processing. Okay, now coming to prioritization, no built-in prioritization mechanism because there are no tasks, right? Only main and interrupt. So in your regular programming, you will say, I have a main program, I have an interrupt. So a context which happens from main to the interrupt and back from interrupt to main. Okay, that is your regular bare metal. No prioritization. Whereas in RTOS, so there is some prioritization because the tasks are having priorities And even the interrupts are also having priorities like maskable and non-maskable interrupts, plus different tasks with different priorities and with preemption. Okay. Again, it depends on the scheduling algorithm. So it is scheduling the task based on priority, and it is also preempting the task based on the priority. Okay. Preemptive scheduling algorithm. Okay. Priority based preemptive scheduling algorithms. Then coming to resource management. Yes. Manual resource locking prone to errors. Semaphores and mutex for safe resource access. See, if you are manually locking some resource and you forgot to write unlocking that part, that resource, then that will create prone to errors. That will lead to errors. Whereas if you bring the automatic concepts of synchronization, something like semaphores and mutexes, that will bring safe resource access and safe resource sharing. Okay. So already you're familiar with semaphores and mutex, right? Then coming to code organization. So here monolithic interrupt handlers like single interrupt handler. Here modular design with separation of concerns. Multiple interrupts invoke multiple tasks and multiple tasks scheduled simultaneously, and all the interrupted devices are getting service simultaneously because every interrupt is associated with some task. It is enabling some task, right? Okay, so this is something which you need to be aware of, especially interrupt handling with RTOS and without RTOS. Okay, so without RTOS, we are calling it here as bare metal. Okay, so you can just quickly check like deferred processing, kernel objects, and interrupt safety. So ISR only handles urgent actions and defers heavy processing to tasks. So that's what I said. Your ISR should be small. All the operations required for ISR will be written in the task, and that task will be invoked, and that will be part of the multitasking so that parallelly the service for the ISR is also done along with taking care of different multiple tasks for different purpose. Okay. And kernel objects, yeah, your semaphores, queues, task notifications, these are all kernel objects which will help in IPC and synchronization, inter-process communication and synchronization. And coming to interrupt safety, yes. So if you want safe interrupt handling in RTOS, keep ISR short, almost less than 10 microseconds, and no blocking calls in ISR. So your ISR should not block the CPU, and use ISR safe APIs only. Use safe APIs which will not block the ISR, which will respond to the signaling. Okay. And then minimize critical sections. Okay. So these are the rules for safe interrupt handling in RTOS to be followed. Now coming to next, deferred interrupt handling. So already we discussed this, the same concept. Just quickly go through this three points. This will give you a better understanding exactly about the concept of deferred interrupt handling. That is, ISR triggers a semaphore or sends data to queue. RTOS scheduler wakes up a waiting task, and task processes data safely in task context. Nothing but it comes into action along with the other task. Okay, right. Example, we are saying like, so like ISR is uh, reads byte from your register, and then ISR sends byte to queue. Okay, and then task parses command from queued bytes. Like a task is there which will get the data from queue, and it will either display or store somewhere. Okay, like that. Okay, so the benefits is shorter ISR execution time, better system determinism, easier debugging and maintenance. Okay, so let me show you one simple example here. Okay, so here I have connected ESP32 to my system, and I'm opening this Arduino IDE. Okay, let's say here, first we will discuss uh, this simple example quickly to understand what is this example and how we are going to demonstrate interrupt handling with RTOS. Okay. And we will see our small ISR, and that ISR is invoking another task, and that task is created by the task manager, and the task manager is the kernel object of your real-time operating system, right? Okay, so let us open that code here once. First, we will look at the code quickly, and then we'll go for the execution part. Okay. Okay, so let's understand the code quickly here. Okay, just look at here. Anyway, see, this is some conditional inclusion we have added macros just to provide some additional information. Like, if you take ESP32, so ESP32 has more than one core. Like we have some series of ESP32 microcontroller which contains more than one core. Like you want to use which core? So you want to use core 0 or core 1. Okay, so cores, I'm telling that cores. So let me show you one simple diagram for this. Okay, see, I will just show you like CPU versus GPU cores. Just one image. I'm opening this only to show you one image so that you can have some better understanding of this. Okay, so just look at the image here. Yeah. So what do you see here? This is a CPU and this is GPU. And this CPU has four ALUs. You can see here. So we call each ALU as one core. Okay. So if you have four ALUs, then we call it as quad core. This is a quad core CPU. And if you look at in GPU, GPU has hundreds of ALUs. So we call this as graphical processing unit because hundreds of cores are here, which will work on your high definition multi-dimensional data like 2D or 3D images that will make your graphics to be handled faster. Okay, that's why we go with GPUs, array processing, 2D, 3D arrays, array data handling, right? Okay, when we talk about CPUs, normally we say quad core, octa core, dual core, single core, just core. Okay, so here you have four cores. So now my question is, like, out of this four cores, let's say you have created three tasks: task one, task two, task three, task four. So now, as per the cores availability, task 1 can run with ALU1, core 1, task 2 with core 2, task 3 with core 3, and task 4 with core 4. Then only we say that multiprocessing, multitasking is happening. Okay, so multitasking, why? Parallel execution. We are saying parallel execution happens only when you have multiple cores. Let's say if you have only one core, then you have created two tasks. Then how that both the tasks will execute on the same single ALU. Then you have to go for time split fashion. Then we call it as multi-processing, like same is ALU core shared between two tasks. Like task one will get some time, task two will get some time. But if you have more than one core, then chances are that like you can make all four tasks to work, execute simultaneously, parallel execution. That's why we say if you want to utilize multitasking operation, okay, then you have to bring the concept of multi-threading, nothing but your RTOS concept. That's what we're telling. Task manager is nothing but multi-threading concept. You split your application into four threads, four lightweight processes, and give each thread to one ALU, one core, so that parallelly your program gets executed. You can split one program into multi-threads, or you can have four separate programs where four separate programs working, getting executed on different cores. Okay, so multitasking or multi-threading. Okay, multi-threading and multitasking concepts. Okay, so now let's say here in our ESP32, we have two cores, core 0 and core 1. So let's say we want uh, core 0 to be utilized for executing this part of the code. I can make core 1 to execute or core 2 to execute, or I can distribute. I can say like, let's create the two tasks. I want one task to run in core 0 and one task to run in core 1, so that we can better utilize the resources of the hardware which are part of your processing CPU, right? Okay, so now anyway, this is just for initializing the value of this variable. We are declaring the value of this variable is equal to 0, nothing but we want to use core 0. Okay, just leave off this. We have included some header file. So your actual part starts here. Okay, so now see, this code contains three concepts. One is semaphore concept, multitask concept, and then interrupt concept. That means we are going to bring semaphore concept here, interrupt concept here, and task concept here. Okay, so this is a task. Just think like this is one task. This is your ISR, and this is the semaphore handle we are creating. Okay, like key, we are creating one key. To create the key, first we need to declare a variable of type semaphore handle we have to create, and then we need to call this API. So X semaphore create binary. This will create the key. Let's say you declared one semaphore handle and you created one binary key. Okay, a single key is created. Now the key is created. That is fine. Now come back. So here we have written a task. What this task is doing? See, the task is waiting for the key, semaphore tick. That means the task is telling that if I get the key, then I will execute this lines. I will execute. So it is waiting for the key. So it is going to take the key. Who will give the key? That means we have to see here. So somebody should give the key and then it will take the key. Then only this will run. This task will run. Okay. Now, if you look at ISR, so what ISR is doing inside? See, ISR is semaphore give. Semaphore give means ISR is giving the key. See, interrupt service routine is giving the key, and who is taking the key? Task, semaphore take. So here semaphore give, here semaphore take. So task waiting for the key. If key is available, it will take the key and it will execute. So what operation it is doing? It is just toggling the LED. Okay, so toggling the LED. When this will happen? Only when the key is available. Then who will give the key? ISR will give the key. Okay, let's assume you have written a very short ISR. See, this is a very small interrupt service routine function. Okay, ISR. And here you have created a semaphore handle, and here you have created a key by calling this API, X semaphore create method. Okay, one semaphore key is created, and now ISR will give the key and task will take the key. Okay, fine. Now that ISR, when it executes, when the ISR is called, see here, we are attaching interrupt to button pin. That means attach interrupt to digital pin interrupt button pin. So where is the button pin? See, the button pin is initialized to 0. Like we have a switch in ESP32 board, which is connected to GPIO pin 0 and LED connected to pin number 2. Whenever I press the switch, this ISR should be called. Okay, let's say our expectation is whenever we press the switch, this ISR should be called. Okay, when ISR is called, what ISR will do? It will give the key. Then who is waiting for the key? Your task is waiting for the key. Then your task will get executed and then your task will toggle the LED. Okay, so whenever I press the switch, ISR called and the task ISR called. But what ISR is doing? ISR is giving the key. Until and unless ISR gives the key, your task cannot run. Why? Because your task is waiting here. Semaphore take. This is semaphore give, and this is semaphore take. Okay. So now this is the concept. And coming to initial setup, just we are configuring baud rate and we are configuring the pin mode, button pin and LED pin. We are setting button pin as input mode and LED as output. And we are writing initially making the LED pin low, digital write. And then we are bringing some task delay, like making the task enter into block state. Okay. So here printing some message. Okay. So now let's say the task is in block state and interrupt demo. So we are asking press the button. We are displaying a message. Press the button on GPIO 0 to trigger the interrupt. So once it is pressed, it is already attached. You can see button is attached with the interrupt. Whenever you press the button during falling edge of that signal of that button, this button ISR is called. Then button ISR is written here. So this ISR is called. Then this will give the key. Once key is available, Okay, then already we have only one task. You can see here only one task is created using this X task create pin to core. So we have connected this task to which core? App CPU, core 0. As I said, if you want to run the task in core 1, you can change the value of this macro 0 or 0 to 1. Okay, so one task is created. This task, what is the priority? The priority is given to here. Fine. The task is scheduled, but the task is not able to run. Why? Because the task is waiting for the key, but it will not get the key until the button is pressed. If the button is pressed, ISR is called. Then ISR will give the key. Once the key is available, the task is scheduled, then the task will execute. It will complement the LED, like toggle the LED. Okay. So this is the concept in this code. We are going to run this and we are going to see practically in our real hardware ESP32. And here, ESP32 comes with uh, okay, so I'm using Arduino IDE here. In Arduino IDE, if I want to program ESP32, I should install the library for ESP32, board support package for ESP32, and that BSP for ESP32, which I need to download and install in IDE. It will have already the compiled free RTOS. So no need to port free RTOS separately for our ESP32. So it is already part of board support manager. Okay, so if you just include the APIs, it is going to directly use without any errors. Okay, like you can directly use RTOS APIs and do multitasking program and bring the concept of semaphores, interrupts, inter-process communication, anything. For FreeRTOS, it will work because FreeRTOS is already part of BSP of ESP32 from the manufacturer. It is compiled and part of BSP. Okay, so now here already I have installed BSP for ESP32 and now I'm pasting that code here. Let's get the code. Okay, so our code is ready. And now I'm going to flash this. Already I have connected ESP32 board to my laptop using USB cable. Uh, so the same cable used for power and programming for ESP32. Let us compile and upload the code. Okay, so now this is compiling and uploading the code. This is a free RTOS code running in ESP32 with semaphore concept, with multitasking and with interrupt. All the three we have brought in the code. Okay, so now let's upload it. Okay, now it's uploading. It's connecting. Okay, now it's uploading. So once it uploads, yeah, you can see in the serial monitor. Yeah, just look at the serial monitor here. So here, a message has already arrived. Press the button on GPIO 0 to trigger the interrupt. Now what will happen when I press the button on GPIO button in this ESP32 board? Let us press it. See, I'm pressing now. See the message. What the message you are getting? See, interrupt triggered by button press. So LED was off. Now it is on here. I can see that. Okay. And again, if I press, see the message. Interrupt triggered by button press and LED is off. Now you can see that here RTOS is running in our ESP32. In the task manager is used to create the task and semaphore is used to create the semaphore and interrupt is also ISR is also created. That is also part of interrupt handler is also created as part of the code. So our code is having three concepts: semaphore concept, multitask task concept, and then interrupt concept. And all the three we have brought in the code. We have compiled, we have uploaded, and it is running. And you can see the output. Every time I press the button, you can see the output is interrupt triggered by button press. Okay. So now who is printing this message? So did you observe this message is in interrupt ISR program or it is in the task? So just look at the code now. So this message, the message interrupt triggered by button press, where is it? So our ISR doesn't have anything. See, our ISR is very small and it is just giving the semaphore. It is just giving the key. That's it. Whenever ISR is executed, it's giving the key. And this key is taken by our task. This is the task. Okay. So yeah, this is the task. And our task is taking the key. Once our task gets the key, see, our task is printing the message. What message? Interrupt triggered by button press. That means this is called as deferred, what we call that, deferred processing. See here, this is what deferred processing via task. So the concept what I have shown, it is called as deferred processing via task. Okay, because interrupt is activating another task by giving the key. That's the concept. And that task is already scheduled. Now it is doing its job based on the key availability. Now it is active. Now the service required by the interrupt will be taken care by the task, but the processor is not getting blocked for a long time in your ISR because your ISR is not doing any processing. It is just activating and coming out. Okay, so that's how it works, and that's how interrupts are handled in real-time operating system. Okay, this is one example I'm showing you that. Okay, I think I have one more example. Let me check. Okay, one is timer. Yeah, real time hardware time. You can also generate interrupts using hardware timer. So here, right now, the example what I have shown, it is not hardware timer. We did not enable the timer to count and then trigger an interrupt after certain delay. So here actually it's an external interrupt triggered by button press. Okay. So in this example, we have just clicked the button and it's an external interrupt. Based on external interrupt, the interrupt is responded and services done. Okay. So the service for this it is doing already. Okay. So now let's come back. Okay, so we got understanding of interrupt handling in RTOS, that is deferred processing via task. This is what we understood, and this is the main difference between your normal interrupt handling and RTOS or operating system in the presence of OS interrupt handling. And again, this is allowed deferred processing only for non critical or low priority uh, processing. Like let's say somebody is requesting for service and processor has to execute ISR to service that. If if that device needs immediate processing response, then we cannot offload the processing job to the task. Just now what we saw here in deferred processing, at that time in some scenarios the processor has to, or that processing part has to be in within that ISR, but we have to make sure that ISR should not block other tasks or else it will result into system failure. Okay, the critical task may not get the time because they will be starving until the CPU is blocked servicing the ISR. So here the main intention is don't make CPU get blocked in ISR. Just respond and bring him back so that the job should be taken care of ISR by some other task. Okay, that is deferred processing via task. Okay, so now, okay, already we discussed this and the latency formula, like the total latency is given by the sum of ISR execution time plus context switching time. Okay. And yeah, latency components. See, there are these components which are going to affect on the latency of the interrupt here. Okay. Hardware latency, kernel latency, and ISR execution. So all this contribute to the latency. Okay. How to reduce latency? Like minimize critical sections, optimize ISR, priority based preemption, and deferred processing. Okay, so these are all these few solutions. Okay, reducing latency. And jitter already we discussed variability in the interrupt handling time, and the solutions for jitter is rate monotonic scheduling, assign priorities based on interrupt frequency. Okay, and You can use hardware timers, use dedicated timer for periodic events, and interrupt priority grouping, group interrupts to reduce nesting, and then cache optimization, ensure critical code data is in cache. That will make things faster. Okay. And rules for ISR. So there are certain rules for ISR, RTOS interrupt safety. That means no blocking calls, avoid delays and queue resume. Okay. And short execution, don't call this delays and queue uh, APIs in interrupt, and keep the ISR short, under 10 microseconds. Use ISR safe APIs. Okay, there are some safe APIs as part of your uh, operating systems which are available. No memory allocation, avoid malloc or free in ISR. So don't use any sort of dynamic memory allocations that will result into delays, again latency problem. Okay, some of the safe API they have listed here based on different OS. Okay, and this is one example, FreeRTOS your ISR example. Anyway, we saw that example. This is just a short code snippet showing some details. Okay, for ISR. Okay, so we have uh, gone through the concept of interrupt handling in RTOS, okay, and we have seen one hands-on example as well. So that's something on interrupt handling in RTOS, and I believe you guys got some information, some understanding about handling interrupts in RTOS. Okay, next we will discuss something on CAN. Yeah, as I initially added few points, like CAN is a big protocol which is used in automotive industry, especially for communication between the ECUs which are part of the vehicle, and those ECUs they can send and receive data in the CAN network, and it's a big protocol. Of course, somebody wants to master CAN communication with hands-on on a particular target microcontroller, then at least they should spend some two to three full days by understanding the complete concepts and doing hands-on by taking the data sheets, configuring the CAN interface along with the CAN transceiver, and making connections between the two nodes, two ECUs, and then writing driver codes so that the data moves from one ECU to another ECU and exchange of data happens. And finally, you can see how ECUs connected within the CAN network can talk to each other, right? Okay, so anyway, we'll see what I can cover within the given time, some important highlights about CAN so that later you can explore that further, okay? And maybe you can attend some relevant FDP programs in continuation with this, right? Okay, and maybe some of you have already, teaching this or already know about this protocol. You might have gone through this, right? Okay, so now just yeah, I will just show you one quick diagram and then we'll jump to the CAN features. Okay, so just quickly, we'll have some overview and a little bit of understanding of CAN features. Okay, so CAN uh, protocol ECU GIF. I'm just opening some GIF image. So I just wanted to show you some GIF image. GIF, okay, dot GIF. Let's open some dot GIF image. Okay, I can just take one image here, and so I take images normally just to make you understand quickly, like what exactly it is, where it is used, etc. like that. Okay, I just wanted one ECU in CAN GIF. Okay, so I'm not getting GIF image. Fine, maybe. Okay, CAN ECU. There was some GIF image. Fine, leave it. So let's come back. Okay, if you look at this image, what do you see? Like we have so many ECUs and they are connected with the canvas. And ECU, okay, we are repeatedly saying ECU. So ECU is nothing but your microcontroller, but it might be with more features and especially customized to be used within automobile product. Okay, so you can, in simple, you can say ECU is nothing but electronic control unit, which is nothing but your microcontroller. Okay, so but here there is a difference. Like that will not be a simple microcontroller with simple features. It will be uh, kind of, you can call as SOC. Okay, and SOC is nothing but your advanced microcontroller. Okay, it can be an SOC or a little bit below SOC features, so that that can handle the requirements which are required at different levels within this vehicle, right? And okay, so we are talking about CAN, controller area network, right? So it's a big protocol, and this protocol is which is famous, and it is preferred, and it is used by automobile industry because of its vast features and robustness. And that's how it came into existence, only considering automotive as the main application. But later it is not limited. Now people are using this protocol even for home automation in big buildings, etc. So there is no limitation. You can propose your own protocols. There are so many legacy protocols in industry, right? So somebody, if you go to this trains, okay, in train they're using some protocol, their own legacy protocol, to send data from one bogie to another bogie. And you might have even not heard that protocol name. So you might have heard some UART, I2C, SPI, CAN, LIN, FlexRare, like that. But there are some protocols which you will feel like, do we have something like that? So if you hear the names, yes, there are so many legacy protocols. Like somebody has made their own protocol and they are not sharing that universally. They are saying we'll use this only in our product, our legacy, our protocol, our legacy software, our legacy hardware, our legacy protocol, like that. Okay, our legacy architecture, like that. Okay, so I'll just quickly open this. Yes, when it comes to CAN, okay, we are going to have just a broad understanding of CAN protocol. Okay, and some of its features. Okay, because CAN is something big, which minimum we might need some 4 hours to understand the complete CAN communication protocol, and then we might need some 2 days to completely work with practically doing hands-on by taking some specific target microcontroller with CAN interface and CAN controller. Okay, so if you look at here, uh, like inside this microcontroller we have some CAN interface. You can see here we have CAN interface, LIN interface, just like your I2C, UART, SPI, ADC. So we'll have these interfaces, and you can call this as a CAN controller. You can call this interface as a CAN controller. So again, we have different types, like a CAN controller with a transceiver integrated, or it is not integrated, or you have to connect the transceiver outside this. Okay, let me show you one diagram there. So I'll just go to some diagram and then I will come back to the features of this one. Okay, so I'll just show you some diagram. Yeah, let's say, see, this is your example. So like Freescale board, I think this is one of the NXP board. Okay, this is NXP ECUs are also used in automobiles. Again, it depends on mutual understanding between the OEM, original equipment manufacturers, the car manufacturers, and the semiconductor manufacturers. Like they have collaboration. Like we will use your ECUs in our vehicle. Like Benz, if BMW has a tie-up with NXP, then BMW will use all NXP ECUs in their cars, right? Okay, so this is one board I'm showing. You can see we have CAN controller, CAN port, etc. Because the ECU nothing but your microcontroller only. So I'm showing here. See here, the ECU is nothing but it is a microcontroller board with additional peripherals and resources and interfaces which are required for that applications. Okay, so with more advanced features, you can say, and all interfaces like FlexRay, Lean, CAN, etc. like that. Okay, I will just show you some diagram there. I will come back here. Yeah, so I think this one is also good. Just quickly look at this. So here, uh, CAN node is nothing but your controller, a microcontroller. Just think like CAN node is your microcontroller. Inside microcontroller, you have host. Host is nothing but the processor of your microcontroller, the processor. And we have two subsystems. You can see CAN controller and CAN transceiver. So actually, the processor, or you can say this is CAN node 1, CAN node 2, or ECU 1, ECU 2. If ECU 1 wants to talk with ECU 2, then it will use CAN communication, whereas CAN has two bus, it's a two-wire protocol. Anyway, we'll come back and we'll discuss the features of this. So like directly I'm jumping here without going to the features there. We'll go back and discuss. Just I wanted to show you in broader sense. So there will be a CAN controller and a CAN transceiver. So first the data goes to CAN controller, and then the CAN transceiver will do the physical signaling part. Okay, for physical signaling, they use CAN transceiver, and the CAN controller will implement that additional layers. Like if you uh, go back to that ISO reference model, uh, OSI reference model, uh, 7 layers you have. Just like that, you will have layers. Layered protocol in that CAN utilizes two layers, data link layer and a physical layer. Okay, so CAN controller and CAN transceiver, they are working in the 2 layers, data link layer and physical layer. Okay, they are going to do the operation of data link layer and physical layer of your CAN communication. Okay, so like multiple nodes connected to the same common voice. And yeah, I am just thinking of showing, yeah, this one. So actually, I wanted to show you this diagram. Like, see, you have a microcontroller, let's say Arduino. You have Arduino, simple Arduino, and inside Arduino, you don't have CAN controller. Okay, if you don't have CAN controller inside, you can connect from outside. But only CAN controller is not enough. You need CAN transceiver. Again, if it is not there inside, you can connect outside. That means you can have a controller without these two, and these two can be brought from outside. This is one case. Another case, you have a microcontroller with all CPU, everything, but CAN controller is part of within your chip, and but your transceiver is not inside the chip and it is outside. You can bring from outside. And you can have another case where within a microcontroller you have all the three. So you have your host, processor, CPU, CAN controller module, and then transceiver, all the three within the same chip. Okay, so that's what I said. It's all depends on the manufacturers. They are customizing and manufacturing the ICs based on the requirements by the industry. Okay, so in industry, uh, you will say like, I want this microcontroller for IoT applications. I'm not using CAN. They might not bring CAN when they fabricate that IC. That understanding you will have with the semiconductor company. Okay, because you are giving a special order to manufacture that particular microcontroller IC for your product. Okay, like that. So this is what difference we need to understand. Okay, and let's come back. Yeah, so I was telling like, just quickly, I will show you the applications here. Then we'll go to the features. I'm just going reverse. Yeah. So if you look at here, applications of CAN, as I said, CAN is a protocol which is not only used by automotive industry. So it is actually introduced with the intention of solving some problems in automotives, and later it was widely adopted by various industries. And you can just look at here, there are so many applications or domains where they use CAN protocol. It is a protocol, standard protocol, which is used for data exchange, sending data from one ECU to another ECU. and it can be used in any projects. So there is no limitation like you have to use that only within a vehicle, right? Okay. And before I come to the features, nowadays the vehicles which we get in market, they comes with hundreds of sensors, and all these sensors, they are connected to around 20 30 ECUs, and all these ECUs, they have to continuously get the information from the sensors, and they need to exchange that data between each other, or they have to send to the dashboard. And this is happens only through when all the ECUs are connected on a common network, nothing but CAN communication network. And that's how the CAN plays its role within an automotive vehicle, right? So if you look at the diagrams here, uh, let's see, where it's here. Yeah. So not this, not this. Where is it? Yeah. So if you look at this diagram, see, so many ECUs are there. You have engine control ECU, you have power window control ECU, you have heater control, okay, seat control, wiper control, locking control, okay, so many ECUs, and window control, door control, etc. And these ECUs, they are connected within a vehicle using, I think that is getting skipped or something. Okay, these ECUs are connected within the vehicle. Yeah. So just look at here, this one. Like here, we have again in CAN, low speed CAN, high speed CAN. So we have different CAN standards based on their features and uh, data bitrate speed, okay, data transmission speed. And other than CAN protocol, you will find some FlexRay protocol, you will find some LIN protocol, and there is one more protocol here. You can see most protocol that is usually used for multimedia applications. Like this is very fast and it will be for short distance, and this is majorly used with multimedia applications like media player and speakers, etc. So there are so many protocols which are used along with CAN. CAN is the major one, but rest all we have sub protocols which are assisting to complete this vehicle product. And uh, why CAN is not used, only CAN is not used for everything, then the cost of the connectivity and the product will increase. So just to balance the things with respect to quality, product, cost, the companies are coming up with so many sub protocols within this CAN, and like they're using different protocols along with CAN within this product, within this automobile, right? Okay. So let's move on to the features quickly. Before I move on to the features, just one more information I would like to bring forward for you. Like, so you can just look at the top 6 countries in terms of number of cars manufactured. So like China is the world's leading manufacturer of cars. Okay, as the country's 2000 in 2015, the production resulted in completion of so many motor vehicles. Second place, United States. Third, Japan, Germany, South Korea, and India. Okay, so like there are these are the companies who are having, these are the countries. Okay, even India is among the 6, and these are the countries who are producing large amount of automobiles, okay, in the world. And with respect to tools, Germany holds all the automotive related tools, okay, and Germany is on top with respect to the software tools which are required for the software development, especially associated with ECUs which are used within a vehicle. Like in the previous session, Sir was telling cyber security, okay, and cyber security, we have something called cyber security, we have something called RTOS, we have RTOS, and we have bare metal programming. All this together, they are flashed within the ECU, and we need uh, more advanced and standardized software tools, and which are majorly developed by Germany. And we have lots of software tools from Germany, and they are very costly, and they are rarely used. They are not available to everybody. They are available with only most biggest automotive manufacturing companies, okay, like solution providers for embedded systems related with automotive. Okay, so let's quickly go with the features, and then we can conclude something on this. Okay, so coming to features of CAN. Okay, let's have a quick understanding of features. Okay, CAN is asynchronous half duplex protocol. Like it's a two-wire protocol, and we call the wires as CAN high and CAN low. Two wires are called as CAN H, CAN L, and it's a high-speed protocol, operates with a speed of 1 Mbps to 10 Mbps based on the distance. And 1 bytes to 8 bytes information can be transmitted in a single transmission. Like it's not byte by byte. You can transfer 2 bytes at a time in a data frame, or 3 bytes, 4 bytes, up to 8 bytes. Okay, so CAN supports error detection, error notification, error confinement, and long distance communication up to 40 meter. Okay, and you can see the speed, and up to 500 meters you can see the speed. So there will be a change in the speed as the distance increases. And CAN is not a master slave protocol, it is message based, address based protocol. Like somebody wants to talk, ECU1 wants to talk with ECU2, it will broadcast the address. Whoever finds the address belongs to them, they will respond, they will acknowledge, and based on that they will have a understanding, like either you send the data or I will send the data, and they will make the transaction using that CAN network, using that two wires, that is CAN high and CAN low, right? And few more features. CAN is address-based protocol, so it uses 11-bit addressing or 29-bit addressing. As the number of addressing bits increases, the capacity to connect more nodes to the same network. And CAN has data frame, extended frame, remote frame, error frame. So different frames used for different purpose. Data frame means ECU1 is sending data, extended frame is the ECU is requesting for data, and remote frames and error frames. So these are all for some indications, okay, some status indications, so that uh, the error can be avoided, and the bus can be reset whenever required, so that uh, what we say, reliable data communication should happen within the network, or between all the ECUs which are connected to the same network, same CAN wires, CAN network. Okay, so CAN uses layered architecture. So as I earlier added, so CAN actually uses these two layers, physical layer and data link layer. Okay, and like CAN controller performs the operations of data link layer, and CAN transceiver performs the operations of physical layer, like I have shown that diagram earlier. Okay, so CAN uses NRZ coding and bit stuffing. So NRZ coding, non-return to zero coding, and then bit stuffing, just to maintain the synchronization between the data bits transmitted between transmitter and receiver. And CAN uses wide AND logic, and like if two ECUs sending data at the same time, one has put one, another put has zero. So one ANDed with zero, it will be zero, so that the one who has put one, he will understand after sensing I have put one, but there is zero in the while, then he will understand somebody else is also sending, and that's how the arbitration is decided. The lowest address wins the race, and he will get the chance or opportunity to send the data, right? Like so many concepts comes, as we have enough time, then we can go step by step and bringing more information, examples related with every feature or characteristics related with that, as we have a time to this. I'm trying to just bring the important highlights which are important for us. Okay, so guys, okay, so now CAN arbitration method, and also CAN uses CSMA, carrier sense multiple access collision detection, which will help for synchronization, like or deciding who will send the data. whether to send the data or stop the data based on collision detection. And it also uses arbitration method to decide who will send the data. Okay, so these are the few features uh, of CAN, and this is widely used by automotive industry because this is solving the problem of complex wiring which is required earlier before the introduction of CAN communication protocol. So this is almost similar to your I2C, but you can say like CAN is having better features as compared with I2C. Okay, so I2C is also a similar protocol, message-based, address-based protocol. Okay, so I think I will stop this here, and you guys have any questions over there, you can just ask me the questions. We can have some discussion, any sort of questions you guys have.
Thank you, sir, for the information and interesting session. So I request if any participants has any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. So once again, I repeat, I request if any participants has any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. Okay, thank
team.
you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
The session
madam.
was very interesting and informative, sir. We were pleased to have you. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session and your valuable time.
Yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you, all of you guys. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
I ask Hamsaleka madam to introduce the next resource person.
A warm welcome to all and good evening to everyone. Dr. Amir Ahmad Zed is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Kishkinda University, Ballari. He holds a PhD in Power Electronics from Bhagwant University, Ajmer, MTech in Power Electronics from UBCE Bengaluru University and BE in Electronics and Communication from HMS Institute of Technology Tumkuru. He has over a decade of academic industry experience, having previously served as assistant professor at HMS Institute of Technology, senior technical trainer at CADMAX Solutions, deputy manager and senior software developer at PySquare Technologies. His expertise spans embedded system, power electronics, MATLAB, Simulink based model based design, and microcontroller programming. He has published several research papers in reputed international journals and conferences, delivered corporate training at organizations including DRDO, DXC Technologies, and ZDF Technology Center, and guided numerous student projects. His teaching and training areas include signals and systems, digital signal processing, VLSI, microprocessor, microcontroller, and advanced communication system. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, thank you, Sahi, for appointing me as a resource person for some topics here. So, I will share my slide. I hope my slides are visible. Hello.
Yes,
Am
sir,
I
it's
audible?
yeah, it's visible.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So in last 5 days, I also joined for many sessions here. So all this session, previous session also, sir, Mr. Mohsin Khan sir has explained CAN protocol, many automotive tools which were used in automotive industries along with embedded systems. So all these concepts, whatever they have explained on designing tools for numerous embedded applications. So here, my part of explanation is how to build, using all these concepts, how to build a project. So capstone project planning, if I say in capstone project planning and evaluation of embedded system design, this concept will go with 6 stages. One is we'll see what is what is capstone project, what is the aim of capstone project, why it is needed, why we have to give preference to capstone here. Next is to go through with that, what all the embedded system fundamentals we have to consider. Next one is project planning, topic selection and objectives. Fourth is for that plan, how to analyze, what is the feasibility for that, everything we will see. And then finally we can go for design and development with testing and validation. This is the process followed by many companies actually, how when we plan for one project here. So we'll go one by one anyhow. If any signal break is there, please notify so that I can correct. So I hope now I am audible. I am continuing with the concepts. So first concept will go. If I say defining of capstone project here, capstone project is not a just another classroom assignment. Here, it is a responsible real world task actually. Means uh, an engineer or an engineering student, we can say, when he completes up to 4 year or pre-final year or final year student, he has come across with many subjects which we are he will be studying in engineering. So all these engineering subjects he will be going with one project using that skills here. So capstone project done by a student, which will be a culminative of his academic activity, means a fruit of your academic subjects what he has studied, or academic practicals what he has done here. That's why culminative of capstone of all theory subjects is our capstone project here. So why it is important, why capstone project we are going for. First point I will cover, it is an integration of knowledge. Means as I previously mentioned, bringing together knowledge from different subjects and courses into a one meaningful project. Second thing, practical experience. All practical simulations what he has done in his engineering, uh, it may be a hands-on or it may be a theory, whatever he has studied till now, and uh, this will find him a job-oriented skills, or it may be a normal practical skills also. All practical experience he will put in a capstone project. Third thing is very important, that is critical thinking. Means uh, the student is encouraged to design, analyze, synthesize, and decision making in certain open-ended solutions. Means for example, if I say you, if I am building a smart home automation system, a simple project for a student. So that smart home automation system has many parts here. If I say applying of knowledge, if I say applying of knowledge, first part, that first point I have mentioned, applying of knowledge means in smart home automation system, he will take one controller. Simply a simple, if I say simply, I will take microcontroller here. Hey, so he should know microcontrollers, right? Second one, sensors. Many sensors we are using, and some protocols. You should know IoT protocols and programming and power management. So all this knowledge he will get in your academic subjects, in our academic subjects here. Now using these academic subjects, he will design an architecture. So using that architecture, he will develop an hardware and a software. So to do all these things, whatever I have told, whatever the project I have explained. So to do all these things, we will take help of one industry here. Industry relevance of projects. I will go to my third point. So many capstone project partners with industry to tackle technological needs. Here, I am not going to technological needs. Again, it will come an advanced this one. So I have taken one simple example, which is a smart home automation system. Already it is exist actually. I am not going to solve real world problems now. For time being, I am saying that It is a smart home automation system. So if I give that project, if the industry people are expecting that project, for example, I'm saying, for example, if industry people having their problem statement, that problem identifying that some smart home system is needed. So now what the student, our students, when we collaborate with industries, they will present their critical thinking capacity to your industries, whatever they have analyzed, whatever they have decision making system they have developed using that project, they will present that. When they will present, if that industries are acceptable with that whatever the thinking of students they are having, so they will allow us to do that project. Here, when they will allow us to do the project, it is on second stage again. So how, what happens when they will allow us? First one, uh, student will learn the professional skills, means how to present the data, how to maintain the documents, how to maintain the reports, uh, in relevance with the industry people. When he talk with them, when he attend the meeting with that professional skills of industry, professional skills having industry people, industry employees, I can say. So he will, the professional skills of the employee, sorry, of the student, is automatically developed here. That is the only second thing. Yeah, definitely, he will be close to the some industry people, which industries will recognize his talent. They can offer the internship, or it may be a job offers, we can say. So all this development happens when we go for a capstone project here. That is why a capstone project uh, look so important here. So already I have told project, capstone project definition. So next thing, uh, capstone project bridging theory and practice means, in first definition only I have mentioned, capstone project is not an assignment of your academics. It is an cumulative form of your all this one theory concepts and practical concepts, and it will make a bridge so that you should work with real world examples. I will come to that concept. Anyhow, we are having different slides. So what we have to think with real world examples, how we have to go with the real world examples. Now, I will talk with industry collaboration. Why industry partnerships are valuable? So student, if real world relevance is there, student work on actual engineering problems faced by the companies. See, when industry collaboration is there, he will work on real world relevance. Student work on actual engineering problems, one thing. Second one, when he will work with actual engineering problems, so he will present with the companies. So current projects often require the use of current industry tool platforms, protocols, what are using the practice, means when the industry people are collaborated with that plan what he has, student has, they will provide their tools. They will provide the tools, correct? So when they provide the tools, which we have to own the license for them, they are already using that. Students start learning with the tools. Student start building the project with the tool, so that it will be helpful for his future also. And where industry and student both will be benefited with that. So industry collaboration is very important. Then if I come to what we say, that addressing techniques, project address current technology needs and trends. For example, if I say real world example, I told you, for example, if I say battery management system, we have many UV vehicles we are seeing, which EV vehicles facing problem with the battery management system. So when we are working with battery management system, the important concept is end of life estimation here. So end of life estimation means, if I take the battery, if vendor has sold the battery to the customer, so vendor will give a guarantee of 2 years here. 2 years he has given the guarantee. Now customer will take that battery, and he will use anything. For example, he will not use that battery in the vehicle. He will just keep that battery in the cooler, freezer. So what happens? The battery will be get corroded, or battery will be it will lost his life here. So when he will take to the vendor, he will give back and he will take the new battery. Now vendor doesn't know how how the battery has been lost his life. He has given 2 years warranty. In 6 months only, your battery has gone ended his life. So this is the real world problem faced by the vendor, not by the customer. Very important. So industry people are looking for the battery management system, so that uh, whatever the information is there, whatever the when the battery is sold to the customer, they should get the information through app, so that how the battery has been used by the customer, so that they can give that they can exchange the battery, then no problem, but how he has used, they should get the information. Means this is the real world task nowadays running with industry people now. One example I have taken. We are having a lot of examples here. So these type of problems comes when the students will provide this is a problem identification, I can say. Now when the problem is identified, technical guidance, industry professionals often act as an external mentors, providing expert advice, regular feedback, and technical insight based on the current industrial practices. Means if I say that the battery is not working, yeah, I have given the idea, see the, so that we can do like this, so that we can find the end of life estimation by using the app. So industry people will accept that problem. Now they will give that insights to our battery manufacturers, so that we can talk with the battery manufacturers, we can ask their input and we can give our inputs. That is the one, that is called as technical guidance. Addressing techniques is technical guidance we are getting, and we are giving the techniques here. And access to the resources, already I have told, when they are offering you, companies may provide access to specialized tools. It may be a CAN tool, or it may be a AutoSAR tool. Many tools are there which are needed a software licenses, that we will get in free in the laboratories. Next, definitely students will communicate meetings with technical reports and this one presentations with professional skill employees. They will have professional sitting, they become familiar with industry standards and workflow practices. So industry mentors take a part in review meeting, provide constructive feedback, and which will develop a bonding between the industry and the students here. That is more valuable, that is more valuable for us. Then again, if I say this, definitely when all these things are done by the student, his skills will be enhanced, skills will be enhanced. uh, no doubt he will be having a problem solving skills, teamwork, project management, he will learn. When he will, once he if he enter to that field, he will learn. And portfolio management, already I have explained about how he will solve the skills, how the he will talk with the professional people, how he will get the beneficially with the industry management skills. So which will boost up the skills of the student using this capstone projects here. So um, students unlike typical lab experiments, capstone requires students to take full ownership of the projects. See, portfolio enhancement means capstone project provides with tangible evidence of their skill. Means students will take full ownership of the project, including planning, decision making, and troubleshooting. So once if he give the plan, once if he get the resources, when the skills are enhanced, he will take the full ownership of the project. He will make the decisions. He will make the troubleshoot. Means he can solve the little bit errors whatever he is having, and he can interact with the professionals of the uh, company employees. Now in engineering project, skills and services, critical thinking development, these four skills already I have discussed. Critical thinking development will be there, problem solving proficiency will be there, and then teamwork and collaboration management skills he will learn. This is then repeated for this one. Open door, yeah, capstone projects can facilitate interaction with industry professionals and potential employers, opening door to internships, project opportunities, and valuable mentorships. Already we have discussed. So these are all the introduction for capstone project here. Means definitely how the student will be beneficiated when we go for the capstone project with our industry people. Now, that is the first part, how we are going, how we are collaborating with the industries. Now, I will come to the understanding of embedded systems here. Means if I want to do that project, what all the embedded system devices I should consider, and what are the embedded system devices industry people are using, and what are its core components needed. So one by one we'll go for it. See, understanding the embedded picture, embedded systems, already you have learned from 5 days. First one is specialized computer system, means which embedded system we are using. It may be a simply if I say microcontroller, Arduino, STM32, Oryx microcontroller, Raspberry Pi, ESP32. Which microcontroller we are using, depending upon our project, and to give optimized performance. Here. Second thing, real-time constraints. So before going to real-time constraints, first we will go with embedded system components. First, if I say microcontroller, not only the microcontroller, second thing is my sensors, third thing is my actuators, fourth thing is communication interface, and firmware which we are using with, means which language of programming we are using, embedded C or embedded C++, it may be a Python, which language we are using, that is my firmware here. So if I say firmware, so sorry, if I say sensors and actuators, uh, yeah, if I say sensors, a device that sends physical quantities, where we are using Ohm's law for the design and analysis of that sensors and actuators. If I say communication interface, already you have learned in the last class, that is CAN, which is the communication device which we are using for, or it may be AutoSAR tool, or it may be UDS protocol, or it may be a LIN protocol. Yeah, many protocols are there which we are using in the automotive industries, right? If I say CAN, if we are using standard CAN or a basic CAN, we are using with 11-bit and 29-bit addressing. So we'll go one by one on that. See, if I go for embedded system applications, lot of application, means before going to embedded, inside the embedded system, we are having lot of applications here, which is not more relevant here. I will go through that. Automotive applications, already you have seen aerospace integration, industrial application, industrial automation, consumer electronics, medical device control. In the medical, yeah, many of the advancement is coming with medical device control. Many of the real world problems we are facing with now also we are facing with that, lot of what we can say, that lot of invention is needed in the medical device control systems. Anyhow, if I say oral cancer, it may be, or it may be image processing based uh, brain mapping system. Many are there, which we can go through for real embedded applications here. See, key components of embedded systems, already I have explained this. Now, real-time constraints, very important concept. I will come to that. So real-time constraints, already you have worked with learned RTOS here. Anyhow, I will go with some basic concepts here. Real-time concept means we are having two types of real-time constraints, because here when I say real-time, there is no delay. Just in simple things, if I say real-time means we are not expecting any delay here. Anyhow, in that we have done with two types. One is hard real-time, another one is soft real-time. Hard real-time means what? Deadlines are absolute. Okay, missing even one deadline is unacceptable. Required in safety critical systems. For example, which you already you know that which is used in the airbag systems, or anti-lock braking systems, or it may be a flight control, or it may be pacemakers. Many are there. If I come soft real time, missed deadlines can cause reduced performance, but there is no total failure. See, in airbag system, if one deadline is missing, total failure. That is very important in hard real time. That's why no delay here. Here, somewhat delay means missing one deadline can reduce the performance, but not total failure. Best example is video streaming, online gaming, and multimedia system. See here, occasionally these delays are allowed, and we can't say that in soft real time delay is allowed every time. No, no, no. In soft real time, occasionally we can accept some delay here, but these soft real time should work with real time only. One deadline means it is acceptable, but not every time. That is very important. So most real time constraints, if I say, they will, if they want to go for hard real time, definitely priority based scheduling they will use. Means critical tasks are assigned with higher priority already. You have learned these concepts, many peoples are explained on this. RTOS, mostly Mohsin sir and this one Munib sir has explained this. Critical tasks with highest priority ensures urgent tasks executed before less important ones. Same priority based scheduling only. In the can we will use 11 bit address there. For giving priority, we'll use 11-bit address and 29-bit address. Anyhow, I will not go in depth with that. Apart from priority-based scheduling, we'll go for interrupt handling. System can immediately respond to external event. For example, a sensor detecting the obstacle, sensor detecting any accident, sensor detecting high temperature in the boiler, like that some concept. Interrupt, suspend normal execution, and quickly handle urgent tasks. Here, then real-time operating systems. One is priority scheduling, one is interrupt handling, and another one is RTOS. Provide task scheduling, resource management, and deadline enforcement. If I come for RTOS, we are having free RTOS, JB OS, many are there. Anyhow, I have mentioned any two here. Then just I will have a glance on hard real time and soft real time. Already I have told deadline must meet the deadline. Second one is deadline are important but not absolute. Now if I say tolerance, sorry. Now if I say tolerance, yeah, zero tolerance. Occasionally, see the word soft real time we are using is occasionally delays are allowed here. Apart from that, we can go for system failure is danger. Performance degradation will be there in soft real time, but system will not get failure. If I say examples, airbag system already I have told. Video streaming, online gaming, multimedia, this one, all multimedia, this applications. If I say a best example for hard real time for design focus is, it is very predictable, safety and reliable device. Correct. If I go for soft real time, it is efficient. I will not say safety, reliable, predictability. Means we cannot predict. Yeah, it will be there, but we cannot predict. So that's why I will use the word here efficient. Efficient output here, predictable and safety, reliable. So these three words and this one word will give the difference between hard and soft real time. So if I want to go for yeah, not needed, I think. Anyhow, uh, mostly in hard real time, came already. Okay, in hard real time, priority based scheduling is there. Interrupt handling and RTOS I told. Just I will go one line explanation on this. Already you have gone through this. Okay, priority based scheduling, tasks are assigned different priority levels. Scheduler ensures the higher priority tasks. Already I have explained why it is needed, how it is helped. Prevents less important tasks from delaying time critical operations. Um, for example, for priority based scheduling is we can say aircraft control system, where flight is stabilized with routines run at highest priority with whatever the data we are available. Second is interrupt handling. How it will help? Directly I will go for it. How it will help? Allow the system to immediately respond to external events without waiting for normal code execution. Example is your robot, I can say. Okay, sensor robot means some in some part. If a robot want to work, he will stop all working. He will concentrate on only one work. That is the best example for interrupt handling. If I say RTOS, yeah, if I say for RTOS, again I should go for memory management, preemptive scheduling, and means inter-process communication, I can say. But simply, if I say RTOS, how it will help ensures the deterministic behavior. It ensures deterministic behavior, and it will solve the complex problem in a simple way. How complex problems are developed in a simple way. So we'll not go in depth with preemptive inter-process communication and all. Anyhow, again, it is a different concept for us. So all this will come under embedded systems here. All this will come under embedded system. Now we have studied about the embedded system. Now first we have studied what is capstone project, how it will helpful for the student. Second, what is embedded system? If I go for real world application, what project I should select? Means I should go for interrupt handling, priority scheduling, or I should go for RTOS. Anyone you can select, anyone depending upon your application. That's why I'm saying, what is the depending upon your application? That is my project topic here. And that is my third topic. That is project planning. How I should select the topic, and what are my objectives, and what is my project, what we say that components needed. Project components needed is decided here. I have explained many things, whatever the people explained before also. They have explained all the things here. But in my particular module, in my particular project, in my particular application, what the project I should plan, what how I should select the topic, and what all the objectives I should define. Then what we say that which is the embedded system I should use. So we'll go inside this. See, identifying the area of interest, considering feasibility and resources, evaluating problem relevance. These are the some important topics now we are going with. First, I will go for identifying area of interest. Okay, if I go for identifying the area of interest, if I say for the students should pick a topic that aligns with their skills, passion, or whatever they want to develop. For example, some students uh, they are facing daily problem with their in their surroundings only. For example, if I say ration vending machine, a long queue will be there to take the ration, that is the government ration distributed by any government. So long queue will be there, they should stand, or their parents should stand to get that rice, whatever the ration given by the government. Now he can develop a automatic ration vending machine. Automatic ration vending machine. By seeing the face, the ration should be distributed. No need to go for OTP. No need to go for, yeah. See, this is the plan. I can say this is the plan. Uh, if he is going for that project, this problem, uh, this thinking should come with the student. This thinking, he should define his own problem. For example, if I say, okay, if I'm traveling through one railway gate here, so each time when I go for the college, I'm getting half an hour late because at exact time the railway gate is closed. Railway gate is closed, so that I am planned for 10 minutes journey. It is becoming 40 minutes. 30 minutes is wasted because of railway gate. So what students should think? See, this app I should develop so that railway gate is closed or opened. I should see in my home only before planning to start the journey. Okay.
அப்படிங்களா?
Hello. Any questions?
ஆமாங்கக்கா, சுத்தமா இல்லைங்க. வருது
Hello.
வருது, ஃபாஸ்டா வருது.
Are you audible?
இப்ப ஏறி
Hello.
போட்டு பாப்பா.
Some disturbance is there. Sorry. I thought questions are there. Anyhow, I am saying about, yeah. So student should identify the problem. Before identifying, he should pick his own interest. Means either he want to do in micro embedded system, or either he want to do with model based development. Many are there. So student should pick a topic that aligns with their skills, because different students will be having frequency on different, we can say different programming languages. So then after getting that skill, motivation and engagement are higher when the project is personally meaningful. For example, I told no, if he's really interested in going for ration vending machine, he should have all the details. He should have all the details that what is happening, what is happening in this. I should go for this, and this. All things he should have data. Microcontroller is needed. Uh, that ration vending machine DC motor program is there. Whatever it is there, he should collect all the information. Whether he should go for AI, ML, or whatever the data needed for that, many things he need to collect, all the idea he should have. He should define a meaningful project. He should define a meaningful project. Then after defining the project, correct, after defining the project, now he should see aligning with objective and project goals. So what is my objective now? Define building a ration vending machine. How to build? uh, Now if I should take AI, or I should go for image processing system, or I should go for deep learning. This type of objectives he should define. That is your project goal. That is your ultimate goal, I can say, because we are using many sensors also to detect the system, to automatically opening up of rice. Many things are there. So these objectives I should define with my project goal. Now, after doing that, prioritizing the objective means rank the objective based on their importance and impact. For first, what I will do, okay, I have planned for automatic ration vending machine. First, I should write the program for image processing system, who will catch the image, and he will give our ration card number directly, without OTP, without thumb impression, anything. Just if I go and stand in front of ration shop, my image should be captured. That image will give my ration card number and details. This is my first objective. If this comes, I will go forward, because this is a theory part. I am not taking any of the resources till now. I have not owned, I have not purchased any devices. Just I am going for one objective, whether it is possible or not. If it is possible, go for next step. So prioritizing my objectives, right? Now, after prioritizing the objectives, I will go for feasibility. I will go for previous slide. Yeah, considering feasible and resources. Feasibility analysis means, if I say here, if I say in simple words, process of determination of proposed project. What is that process? That is practically achievable or not? Design of implementation, how it is. It is technical feasibility, I can say. It is technical. Now, second thing, very important, economic feasibility. Now, technical feasibility, I am good. Yeah, I know that I am very good in microcontroller. I will do that. Or I am very good in Python. I will do that. Now, very important, economic feasibility. Is the project financially viable within the within our budget, or within the budget what we can plan? See, if you develop a resource, if you develop a project, it should be economically feasible also. If it is not economically feasible, if you are developing that model with high cost, it is of no use. So, whatever the budget planning, that should be feasible. For example, if I say small thing, if I say hardware cost and software tool license. For example, I am writing the image processing program in MATLAB. So MATLAB licensing, I should think it is little bit costly. Now I am going for some project I am designing in CAD tool. Again, it is costly. Now some automotive application I am generating, which is used in cars, it is need CAD tool. How I can see if the industry is collaborated, okay, they will provide. Otherwise, how we should go for CAD tool, right? And if I am using that application where RTOS is needed, RTOS tool should be purchased. So this feasibility we should see. And then definitely training cost. If in one case if I am lagging behind, then I should go for training. And if this model, very important, if this model is already available, then comparative cost again. If it is available, it is too costly, then I should go for less costlier also. That is also my technical advancement, or that is also my invention only, right? Which should be available in lesser cost. That's why this economical feasible analysis should be done of resources, that considering feasibility and resources. correct? After economic feasibility, third point is operational feasibility. In operational feasibility, whether the system it will work effectively in its intended environment. My system is working or not with our environment, that I should see. Means if I develop that revision vending machine, whether it is acceptable, whether it is if I say any fraud will happen or not. For example, so someone can place my photo instead of standing there, that photo is captured and my ration is taken by any other people. Means uh, society will accept or not my project. That is called as operational feasibility, or whether it will work, or is the solution practical for end users. uh, or I can say whether the team can operate and maintain the system. Will stakeholders, best example is, will stakeholder accept it or use it, right? So this type of doubts we should develop. That is called as decision making system. Decision making skill will be developed. And then schedule feasibility. Now I have developed that plan, and I have given to one company. Now company is accepted. They will say, they will give the time limit. Now in this time you should complete. So their schedule feasibility will come. Can the project is completed within the time frame? Or if I have decided to do that as an my HM project, whether it is completed within the 4 months or 5 months, my semester is ending. So I should think of that also, right? Project timeline and milestones, and depending upon the task or softwares, or possible of delays, risk I should take. All this will come under schedule feasibility. For example, if I say I want to integrate all this as in PCB design, whether I don't know that PCB design, I should go for it. Many factors will come when I go to schedule feasibility. Simply if I say in one line, if I say my project will be completed in time frame or not, that I should think. So uh, all these concepts, why I need to think of all these concepts? Because I should avoid unrealistic projects. I should avoid unrealistic projects and prioritize the resources and manage risk. This capstone project will say that if you are planning with real, if you are challenging the real planning for projects with real world, first one, unrealistic projects you should not do. If you are doing, prioritize the resources and manage the risk. And then ensures the project has technical validity, financial justification, operational usefulness, and time feasibility. Means all these factors you have to see. Without these factors you can't do anything, right? So uh, these factors is very important in with when we are going with company people, right? So uh, schedule feasibility plays very important role here. Apart from our knowledge, we should think of all these concepts. Now again I will go for economic feasibility. In this economic feasibility, before going to requirement analysis, uh, I will go for economic feasibility, where just uh, one small concept of cost and benefits I can go. Uh, if simply one line I am giving here, if my benefits are greater than cost, the project is feasible. One line statement I can give here. If benefit greater than cost, my project is feasible. If costs are too high, with little gain, project may redesign and scaling down. Means my project is not acceptable. My project is not up to the mark, right? So this is this feasibility we should have when we ensure the project here, or if you go for funding approval or any design trade-offs we are planning, right? So these things we have to consider here. Now in the next concept, so now after the project planning, after the defining the objectives, after thinking of feasibility, after thinking of what I have to do, what is my project, all things are ready now. Now I have decided everything is good. Now I should go for this project. Now how I should plan my project? How I should plan my project? To plan this project, again we are having some steps here. Again we are having some steps. I will go one by one. Gathering the requirements. Collect detailed information about the project functional, performance, and interface requirement throughout the stakeholders. Literature review. Simple saying literature review. What is that literature review? For example, if I say, if I am going with ration vending machine, I will take one example just to explain the concept here. So, if I am going for ration vending machine, what is the previous advancement or previous work already done with ration vending machine, and I will do all literature. If this ration vending machine previously anyone has thought of this, if he has thought what he has thought of that, what all his previous invention, everything I should collect, and what are the costs if they have designed already, uh, what is the functional requirements they have used. All these gatherings I have to do, means we have to validate and we have to collect the data, each and everything. A better example, if I take instead of this one, if I take if I want to go for uh, battery management system, if I want to give a battery which is of higher power management capacity, so I should see battery is already available, correct? Lithium battery is already available which is using in the cars. So these battery which we are using in the cars already available. Now what I am doing, I am doing some advancement in my batteries. So before doing the advancement, what are all the factors affecting the battery life? First I should consider this factors affecting the battery life. So what are the factors affecting the battery life? Overcharge, okay, and then undercharge, means if you don't charge also. See, usually this concept I will explain. It is not relevant, but I will explain. See, if I want to charge the battery, it should be on 20%. For example, if I say, if I want to turn off that charging, it should be after 95%. So I should not go for full 100% also. I should not let the battery to go to 0% also. That is called as overcharging and undercharging. That's why we have to maintain. If you want to go for if you want to own the battery and if you want to maintain this, that type we have to maintain. So overcharge, undercharge, and what is the temperature conditions acceptable in the battery, whether the battery is working in minus degree centigrades, or whether the battery, what is the range of temperature of working of battery. Usually it is a 22 50 45 degrees celsius. Beyond that also battery will be corroded, below that also battery will be corroded. So all these data, many things are there. I'm just taking some examples here how we have to collect the information, because battery is already available. Now I am doing some invention in that battery. Already whatever the battery information is needed, all I should collect, correct? That's why it is called as gathering the requirements of existing system analysis here. Now, types of requirement. Now, whatever the requirements am I categories. See, categorize the requirement as functional, that the system should do, non-functional, performance, security, reliable, and interface. See, here three parts are there. One is functional requirement. Functional requirements means what? Software, embedded device, embedded devices, what are the softwares we are using, which are the sensors we are using, which are the sensors needed, range of sensors, um, then if I say communication tools, whatever it is needed, and which is the software we are using. These are all functional requirements. Non-functional requirements, yeah, testing and validation will come under non-functional, means how the security will be provided, reliable. I told a ration vending machine, yeah, it is developed. Now we should think of security. If anyone comes, he can take the advantage of that, because we are not taking thumb, we are not taking OTP here. We are giving the ration, means if anyone shows in front of camera, if I put someone's photo, automatically ration, I can get the ration of him. So I should think of security, which is non-functional. But again, we have to revise the program. It is not, we cannot say that it is not it will not come under functional, but we should think of all this, how the system is reliable. After that, feasible resources, interface, interaction with other systems and user. This is this last topic, last line will come under feasibility analysis, economic feasibility analysis. Means interaction with other systems or user. How my system, my battery is better than other. My battery is better than other. This I should think of. This I should think, and I should work on this. Right. So after collecting all the requirements, now before starting the project, before proposing the project, documenting required. Now only the requirement analysis is going on. I have not done the project. I have done only a requirement analysis. In this requirement analysis, three stages. One is gathering requirements, types of requirements, and documenting the requirements. All should be documented. See, if you go for any companies or any projects, any institutes, wherever you go, these three factors plays very important. If I say when I was working also, they have collected 5 years data for battery end of life estimation of the battery. Means 5 years data. See, by seeing that 5 year data, they will go what I have to do for next, whether it is possible or not. They should think. They have to release the funds. They have to release the time frame. Before releasing that, documentation is very important. So documents plays very important role in the requirement analysis. Now again, same concept will like come after planning or before planning. Also, we got feasibility analysis, correct? Whether the project is feasible or not. Now after planning also, I will get feasibility analysis here. See, requirement, technical resource assessment, economic feasibility, project timeline, and evaluation. Same, all three concepts will come again. Again, we will go for it. Again, we will have meeting, technical resources, whatever we have mentioned. Right, in the requirement, we will mention, no? So, whatever the requirements we have mentioned, whether it is acceptable or not, whether they are good with our project or not, right? So, all things we have to see here. That is technical resource assessment. Then economic. Hello. Yes. Hello. I am audible, right?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. So next thing is economic availability analysis and project timeline. After deciding all this, this one already I have explained. Project timeline also plays very important role. Now, we have collected all data. Now we are going for implementation stage here. So to go for implementation stage, right? Sorry, I got a call here. Okay. So, to go for implementation stage, one is technical resource assessment, means evaluate the hardware, software, and infrastructure needed for successful project implementation. Means if you are implementing the project, if you are developing a program, all hardware and software, whichever the requirements are there, whether it is available or not, all things we have to see. After seeing that only, we should go for uh, next step if I say. Then for example, if I will, before going to second step, I will take one simple example. Now I am generating a ration vending machine using Python Raspberry Pi. I am taking using Python. I will go for it. So Python, I don't know Python, means I have never used Raspberry Pi board. So I should know that skills, means I should learn that skill. Expertise and skill evaluation means determine if the project team possesses the required skills and knowledge, or if additional training or hiring is necessary. Defining project is not a problem. After defining the project, I have collected the requirements, I have submitted the report, I got the technical resources also, but I don't know the skills of them. So now we are asking them if you are expertise or you are a learner, if you are in basic level, or you are 5 out of 10 in your skills, or 10 out of 10 in your skills. If you are 10 out of 10, then you will be the project lead. If you are 5 out of 10, then you will be followed by your project lead, like that. So determine if the project team possesses the required skills or not. If they have not skills, we have to hire one thing. If we are not hiring, they have to train. So expertise and skill evaluation. This is very important again. Now we have trained. Now we have got enough knowledge. Then technical availability analysis. Identify and confirm the availability of specific technology and tool essential for project execution. Right. After getting that, now we are looking for availability analysis here, where CAN tool is available to go for automotive electronics or not, whether it is available, then if it is in our project, it plays very important role or not. For example, if I say I am generating a small automotive project, just a seat belt sensor. Just I am taking one example: seat belt sensor and a fuel sensor. Both are not much complex applications. If fuel is go beyond some level, a indicator should on. If I am not wearing the seatbelt, indicator should on. This tool I am developing. Whether for this CAN is needed? No, it is not needed, because CAN is an advanced tool. We have, if we invest on CAN, that project will go. It will be costlier, right? So for less cost, if I want to go, because they are less low power applications, I can say low power applications are less costlier there. We cannot use CAN tool there. We cannot use high embedded devices there. We cannot use RTOS for those two applications, right? So that type technology and availability analysis. Whether if we are doing that project, why to go for complex terms if it is not needed? If you are using, it will costlier. Again we cannot invest there, right? So technology and availability analysis is very important. So these are all factors come under project implementation. Yeah, see, economic feasibility already have cost versus benefits. All things I have explained. Just I will have a glance here. See, first one is material and equipment cost, right? Then funding availability, software licensing, potential benefits. Potential benefit means quantify the advantage gained from the project, such as increased revenue and efficiency. Funding sources, if project is of too costly, then we will think of funding sources. And labor expenses. Yeah, it is also involved actually, but technically, if I say for time being, it is not. But if I say labor expenses means, it may be employees also. It may be employees account for the wages and salaries of the personnel involved in the project. So these are all required. So economic feasibility is very important, right? So already I have explained all these concepts, so no need to explain again, right? Which will ensure the project is financially practical or not. See, in one line, if I say financially practical or not, we will justify here. And we will see, and we will justify for funding approval. That's it. We will plan and we will justify this. That's it. Now, yeah. Next one is time-based time development. Develop a realistic project timeline consideration dependency. Uh, Resource assessment, assessing resource constraints to avoid potential delays. Feasibility assessment means here, if I say, if you are developing a project, the schedule should be fixed. Yeah, 1 or 2 weeks delay will be there. That is not an issue. But depending upon some resources, we should we should complete in our time frame. We should complete in our time frame. Means develop a realistic project within the timeline. Within the timeline. Simple one statement for all this. Develop a realistic project within the timeline with less cost, which will give you more benefit, more this one we can say that more profit whatever you have invested, right? Because if you are working with real time applications, see, nowadays for all applications they are having some resources, or they are having some already some inventions are there. Now we should take advantage of that inventions. uh, we should go through that inventions. We should come up with our invention. That's it. This is what happening now, right? So when we are coming up with inventions, we are coming up with our own model. Very important that we should go with economic feasibility. Means we should think of economic feasibility more, right? Yeah, if project is really tough, for example, if I say brain mapping system means I can take best example, a stroke patient. A stroke patient cannot raise his hand and cannot catch any if cannot catch any device. So that stroke patient, we are using artificial tools, that's not an issue, but we are mapping the brain, and we are sending the information artificially, instead of because brain is not connected with hand now, because it is stroke. That's why we'll say stroke here. Means brain has lost his connection with the hand. Now we are artificially building the connection with the hand, right? Using AI, we are artificially building the connection from I'm making a brain here, in that which will have the connection with that hand. Now if this is successful, he can hold the device. So this is a complex example, complex thing I have told you, but it is possible if we are going for complex systems. Now, the you can say it is very costly. Yeah, it is very costly because it is developed with lot of resources which are complex here. Correct. Complex AI we have to use, complex systems we have to go with that, softwares we have to use, so that the application is also complex, and your output that tool also complex only. Right. So that type of thinking, for that level it is good, but generally we should think of economic feasibility. Understood, right? So project schedule feasibility. Next is system design and development. First concept is, if you are designing, first one is system design. In system design, first one is microcontroller selection. What is microcontroller selection there? So the key factors, the factors needed to select the microcontroller. Microcontroller is all embedded devices, I can say in one line. First one, very important, processing power. That is how the microcontroller can handle all required computations. What are the computations here? If I say, for example, if I say health-wise signal processing, if I say this one ration vending machine control algorithm, if I say automotive application, that is communication. So all factors. I'm saying generally. Microcontroller must handle all required computation. It may be signal processing, control algorithms, and communication. Right. Second thing, higher clock speed. Right, because efficient architecture will ensure your real time. Efficient architecture will come with higher clock speed. That is very important. For example, if I say STM32 may be chosen for image processing, I'm not sure, but usually if I say STM32 can be used. uh, if a simple sensor application, if I'm using no need of STM32, you can go for Arduino, right? So that is say that we can say that processing power, it is a key factor for microcontroller selection. Then second very important thing is memory. Includes RAM, flash RAM, whatever the EEPROM, right? VRAM, whatever we are having. The RAM, the memory should be enough for program code, data storage, and very particularly handling real-time application, handling real-time tasks. If I say example, okay, an IoT gateway may need more memory, right? And a normal automotive application, if I say seatbelt sensor, less memory, like that. So why IoT gateway need more memory? Because it will store the logs, multiple communication stacks will be there. It should be stored actually. That's why whichever the tool we are using, whichever the application we are developing, whatever the memory needed, that we have to see. If memory is more, we should go for advanced controller. If memory is less, yeah. For example, if you take your CAN tool, 11-bit address, 29-bit address. What is that 11-bit and 29-bit? So devices, 2 power 11 devices we can connect. 2 power 11 is 2048, means 2048 applications or 2048 sensors we can connect, so that 2048 sensor can send in one CAN frame. That is the normal CAN frame. 29-bit means it is 2 power 29. 2 power 29 is a good value, means it is close together. So where we can connect lot of sensors in one application. That's why that is the best example I can say here. So memory capacity means how many devices we are connecting. Depending upon that, we have to select the controller also. 32-bit controller, 8-bit controller, 64-bit controller, many controller with RTOS, right? Or is microcontroller, if I say, right? Depending upon the memory capacity. And then very important one is power consumption. Uh, that is whatever the battery powered use means, whether it is portable or not, whether it is a critical power device or not. If we are using low power MCU, it will be affect your battery life. So that's why what we if it is affected, what happens, if low powered MCUs, if you are using, it releases heat, right? If it releases heat, what happens, sensors will go, many problems we can face here. That's why power consumption is very important, right? Then uh, if I take microcontroller, then we are having number of peripherals. What are the peripherals needed? For example, if I am going for a project which needs built-in modules like ADC, PWM, UART, SPI, I2C, CAN, USB, etc. So these should be decided how much well microcontroller can interface with sensors, actuators, and external devices. If my automotive system is there, okay, if it is CAN bus supporting, then I need ADC, I need PWM, I need this one USB device, CAN device. If I am going with I2C protocol, yeah, multiple master, multiple slave protocol. If I am going with SPI, yeah, it is multiple single master, multiple slave protocol, right? So these concepts should be looked over. These concepts should be looked over, and then very important again, if I come for economic feasibility, that is cost. Must balance budget with features. High-end MCU may offer advanced features, but not be the necessary for simple projects. I don't know. Whatever the project level is there, that much microcontroller should be there. If project level is high, cost also high. Microcontroller cost also, we can use costlier microcontroller. If your project is small, use a normal microcontroller, get the output in normal microcontroller, so that the project cost will be very less, right? Many things are there, many things are there. So importantly, these factors we have to uh, consider in microcontroller selection. Next one is popular MCU platforms. The best MCU, I cannot say best MCU. Yeah, best MCU is not the most powerful one, but it should fit your. I cannot say this MCU is perfect, this MCU is perfect. I cannot say best MCU, but whatever the MCU fit for your project, it is your powerful. It is a powerful platform, I can say. Fits your project requirements. So for student capstone projects, trade-off between cost, ease of programming, and community support are important here. So Arduino beginner, uh, they have mentioned Arduino, no? So I will tell for beginners Arduino. Yeah, it is very friendly, large community, great prototypes are available. STM32, yeah, it is high performance, suited for real-time control and industry projects. If I say ESP32, built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, great for IoT, right? Then Raspberry Pi is mentioned. Raspberry Pi, affordable, flexible, dual core MCU, right? Where we can use the programming. It is very affordable, we can say. So like that. Why all these things are needed? Why all these things are needed for matching a MCU, means project needs? Because it ensures the system runs effectively without overspending on unnecessary resources. All these factors, why it is needed, prevent issues like memory overflow, slow execution, poor battery life, high costly, what we say that less performance. So these type of see, if you say if you are selecting one module or one device, if you are owning, you will see whether this device, whatever I am paying, whether it is tangible or not, right? Whether I am paying it is a good amount or not, right? If it is beneficiary only, you will take that product, right? So all these factors will say that your module is good or not. That's why, to ensure a good project, we should that system should run effectively without overspending on unnecessary resources. Very important. Already I have told all these factors. Processing power, memory capacity, power consumption, all are there in this slide. I have already completed this. Again, we'll go for difference here. Not needed. Anyhow, Arduino is, I have told now, student friendly. You can go for it. STM32, industrial applications, all this. Performance requirement, power consumption, cost constraints, all these factors already we have explained. Means all these factor will give you a good project, I can say, right? Now, protocols, yeah. Uh, these all already 4 days we have explained on this. Anyhow, serial protocols overview. SPI protocol, I have just one line explanation on this. SPI protocol, yes, single master multiple slave protocol. Depending upon enable pin like pins, they will work. Serial peripheral interface, it is less costlier. For small application, it's very good. Uh, because we can connect multiple slaves, we can connect n number of slaves, we can say theoretically, if I say n number of slaves with one master. Anyhow, it is a two-wire protocol, I2C, full duplex. What we say that multiple master multiple slave protocol, we can have multiple masters multiple slave, both will communicate with each other. But very important in I2C protocol is at a time single master and single slave can be communicated. Even if you are having multiple master and multiple slave, at a time only one master and one slave will communicate with each other. You are, yeah, single master single slave protocol. This is a very less application where we can use for very low level applications we can use here, right? UART. And we are not going for CAN, just they have mentioned here in capstone project. Already I have explained this. Same high speed communication, because single master multiple slaves, and no need for address, no need to search the address. See what happens in I2C is there or not, I will see once. I2C here, it is an address based protocol where we will search for the address of the master, and we'll search for the address of the slave to communicate. Here there is no such problem. There is no such problem. Here single master will be there, slaves are connected. Which slave we want, we directly we can communicate here, right? So there is no address, search for address. So here address based protocol, little bit speed is less here, little bit speed is less, no problem. Then your protocol, it is single master single slave. For lower applications it is very fast, very good, that's right. But complex applications we cannot use here. You want. Now I can go for RTOS again. Again, I will not go for in detail. Already we have many classes on this. Role of an RTOS. Yes, an RTOS manages the system resource, schedules tasks, provides real-time capabilities. Key RTOS are, already we have seen interrupt handling, preemptive scheduling, inter-process communication, and memory management, memory queues, explained by a last resource person yesterday. And popular RTOS, already you know that all these concepts, and also I have explained in online, so no need to go for it. I will go for my last concept, that is testing and validation. Now, in testing and validation, again we are having three concepts here. First one is unit testing in embedded system projects. That is what is that unit testing? If I go for purpose of unit testing here, why testing is needed, very important. So to verify whether the module will work or not. Yeah, when we are developing it will work. Whether in real time application it will work or not, right? I have generated the ration vending machine. When I am working with my software, with my small prototype, it is good. Then now I have built a prototype of big model, big project. Now it is working or not, I should see. So unit testing is a process of testing individual modules, or if I say components, um, which will work correctly before combining them to a complete system. So unit testing, all models I am testing and I am going for assembling that, right? So why it is needed? Yeah, to verify the each small functional block, right? Work means it will work as intended or not. If any problem is there, correct, to detect the bugs, if the bugs are there, to detect bugs, whatever the problems we are facing with that, uh, that type of problems are there, we can find that. Then this is the purpose of unit testing here. Then second one, uh, unit testing frameworks. Yeah, in unit testing frameworks, we are using some tools here. Which are those tools? If I say Google Test, G Test, or we can say CAPU Test, which these are the special tools used for simplify writing and running test cases. This is the separate department, I can say. See, testing department is a separate department. Whatever the models we have developed, that will be given to the testing. That is done by some test engineers. They will throw an mail after testing this problem. This model is going with this error. This model is going with this error. This model is, so they will throw an error. They will use CAPU test. Target link, we can, in embedded we are using target link, or else we can go for any other device. Target link is the better tool which are used in the Mercedes. Uh, like that means unit testing will be done and they will throw an error. So in test case design, uh, embedded systems often operate safety critical environments or not. One thing we are seeing, early detection of bugs, avoid expensive failures here, right? That's why testing is done before assembling all. When we get the error, again we have to deassemble that and we have to do. So before assembling that, we are doing, and we will develop a prototype here. Or after developing prototype, if it is good, again if we are going for a larger model, again we are going for same process what we have done already. So this is called as unit testing. Then system integration. What is system integration? Very important. If I say the process of connecting individual tested units, all units are tested, combine that unit, that is called a system integration. uh, what is the strategy of this what is the strategy of this system integration? Add and test the modules, add and test the module instead, all at once, that already I have to. Debugging will be easier, errors will be traced, correct. For example, if I combine some sensors plus MCU in my this one ration vending machine, if any wireless devices on all I have added, if any one problem occurs, whole module will be tested again, right? uh, and again, combining what we say, that all modules at once, and if it is tested, uh, it is very difficult to assemble, and if it is very difficult to get the output, it is very difficult. The important point is, due to one module, whole system will get corrupted also. That's why integration strategies are very important. See, if one module is went, it can affect the other modules, so that the program may lose many what we say, the consequences we can face here. That's why this system integration, after testing, unit testing will go for system integration. Once the unit testing is good, then only we'll go for system integration here. So system integration is the stage where individually tested modules are combined into a complete embedded system. Using incremental integration ensures more what we say, that did more reliable embedded device here. So next is simulation and debugging. So in simulation and debugging, all the things are developed, everything is ready. Now I am at the final stage here. So I have designed, I have tested, now I have developed a prototype. Now I am going for simulation. So testing the embedded system in virtual environment before deploying it on the real hardware. That is called as simulation. You know that, right? So using of software tools to model and predict system behavior under different conditions. See, in model-based development, what I have done, for example, if I am using anti-lock braking system, we'll develop on a vehicle there. We'll develop that vehicle, we'll develop that model, and we are sending that to we will send that to the testing department. They will check there. If any bugs are there, then they will allow, yeah, ABS module is ready. If any bugs are not there, they will say ABS module is ready. Then we can directly implement in the automotive applications. Right. That big system needs all simulation should be done. That's why simulating of devices are very important. I will not go for much larger application. I will take one rectifier. Rectifier, if I am developing before connecting bridge rectifier, if I make that bridge rectifier in one piecewise simulation, I can see what are the values of a diode I should give, what are the values of resistance. If I change the resistance value, what I will get. All this, if I see, then I can develop the hardware easily. That's why the simulation plays a very important role. Means it will reduce the risk, and simply saying it will reduce the harming of your this one damaging of your hardware, um, which will be an extreme scenario for us. If we damage which is unsafe for us, if we directly go for hardware testing instead of simulation. Debugging is very important. Now, you know that already. Particularly in simulation, which are the tools we are using? I have told you already. MATLAB, Simulink we are using, Proteus, Multisim we are using, DSpice simulation we are using. If it is programming, we are going for Python programming, Keil programming. Many things are there to go with that. So next is debugging. Now, debugging a process of finding the errors in the hardware system, right? Embedded system often interact with real world sensors, so debugging ensures reliability and safety here. So normal debugging tools are, yeah, already we have come up with it, JTAG debugger, in-circuit ICs, logic analyzers, oscilloscopes, many are there, right? So these are your debugging tools where we are debugging the hardware. So after ensuring all this, we are go for field testing. Field testing means once our project is ready, then we will go for real-time testing here. Real-time testing. Now I have developed all the everything is okay, and I am going for real-world testing. Deploy the system in our target environment. Deploy my machine in ration shop. Then you develop there, right? Deploy my machine. Observe how it interacts with real users. Uh, then collect the data. After all, accuracy, for accuracy I will collect the data, because if one time it is okay means we should not think that every time it is okay. So first time one error, second time no errors, or first time many errors, second time no errors, or first time, second time, third time it is full perfect, then it will start troubling, right? So real time testing is very important and very difficult also, I guess. See, if everything is ready, prototype is also ready. When we go for testing, that is field testing in front of vendors or in front of sponsors, at that time it will not work means again it is a problem. That's why everything what we have done till now, this is very important for us to move forward with our plan. So real world testing, field testing involves deployment the embedded system in intended operational environment to evaluate its performance and reliable under real world conditions. Now, collecting the data on system performance, see, very important environmental factors. Because I have developed a battery, it's very good in 20 to 45 degrees Celsius. Hey, it is already available. Now, I have developed a battery which will work under 10 degrees Celsius, 0 to 10 degree also. So, I should develop that environment. I should develop and I should test that. How I am developing, that is up to me, right? I should develop that environment. I cannot give one statement that it will work. So, I should develop 0 to 10 degree. I should develop the environment. I should test that. After testing that, I should collect the data. After 45 degree also, if my battery is working, I should develop 45 degrees Celsius temperature and I should scrape my battery and I should use that battery, then I should note down. So after all this, below 10 degree, 10 to 35 degree, or after 35 degree, all this data I should collect, and then I should mention that my project is perfect, right? Um, that's why defining benchmark for success and comparing the system performance against them, right? This is very important. This is very important. So criteria may include reliable, usable, efficiency, accuracy, durability, whatever you want. All things will come under this criteria only, right? So why we need field testing? Real world environment introduce unpredictable factors, right? I have told that unpredictable factor means if I take a battery or if I take any device, we are facing problem with noise, temperature, or its behavior, or it may be network issues, or it may be sensors are not working, range of sensors, many things come across, which we cannot say that which we cannot neglect. We can say best thing is which we cannot neglect, right? So work as intended in practical use meets end user needs and expectation. That's very important, right? uh, yeah, examples I cannot say. Better thing is field testing. After that, seventh one is evaluation criteria. Last but not least, we can say here technical complexity is there. What is technical complexity? How advanced my project is. How advanced my one line statement I can say how advanced my project is. So how advanced means how we will check. We'll use advanced algorithms, optimization methods, integration of multiple hardware and software components, depth of understanding needed for successful implementation. These are all my technical concept complexities. Then second one is code quality. Evaluation should access code style, right? What is that style? That is code style means clean coding, consistent formatting, use of modular design, right? Or use of reusable programs, reusable functions, adequate documentation on that programs. All this will come under code quality. Code quality means not writing neatly or not using good code, but code quality means it is a different means the program should be reprogrammable. If anyone sees that program or if anyone uses that model, if any difficulties they face, they at least the program should be understandable and it should be reprogrammable, right? Then this one, what we can say that problem solving project we have to develop, that is eligibility criteria will evaluate how effectively my project addresses to the specific problem what we have defined previously, right? And this approach is logical or not. Logical or not. Does the solution meet the identified user? All this we have defined, no? All this they will check, no problem. That's why it is called as eligibility criteria, we can say, right? And it will measures novelty and originality of the project, right? uh, then uh, after measuring the originality, does it introduce a new idea? Originality means that only, no? Whether it is introduce a new idea or apply existing technology in unique way, all these concepts we will see. And definitely at the last they will see for real world relevance. You have defined, no? We are going with the real world application. So whether your project does it solve a real world problem? Would user or individual adopt it? Does it have commercial or social benefit? Right. See all these factors they will see, so that we will all this considering these all factors, we can give eligibility criteria. Will give one statement that the project is fair and structured, and well structured, I can say well structured. And all these factors will encourage the students to focus on this. By seeing all these factors or by doing all these factors, we can say, and the technical strength of the students will be high, and the practical value whatever we are seeing, or whatever the practical values of professional students we are expecting, our professional students will be good. uh, this will come to this capstone project here. Means all these factors will give one good capstone project, which will give our what we say that problem solving skills for our students, a bonding with our industry people, which can hire our students or which can give internship to our students. All these factors will come under this. So by these statements, I will end up here with my presentation. So if any questions are there, you can please ask on this. Hello? I'm audible, I think. Any questions?
I request any participants, do you have any queries, any questions? You can unmute your mic and turn on your video and you can ask Dr. Amir Ahmad sir. Any doubts, dear participants? Dear participants, if you have any doubts, please do ask today's resource person, Dr. Amir Ahmad sir. Please unmute your mic and turn on your video and you can ask. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Any questions? Okay, Amir Ahmad sir, hope everybody is to understand the concept of the capstone project planning and evaluation in embedded system design very well, because all the slides with respect to which you have explained is really very nice, sir, with more informative. Thank you so much, Amir sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
On behalf of Saheb family and the Department of ECE, my heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for accepting as a resource person and deliver today's talk on the capstone project mining and evaluation in embedded system design. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for Sai family. Thank you for coordinators, Dr. Kamala ma'am and Dr. Ghouse for selecting me as a resource person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a really pleasure for us to have you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I request, humble request to all the dear participants that now the session will going to start from 6:30 to 7:30. We are going to have the feedback session as well as the test session. It's a compulsory that it's going to open from 6:30 to 7:30 only, just 1 hour time. It's my humble request to all the participants that you have to give a feedback, then the test session. Then it's going to take in 1 hour. Within 1 hour, you have to finish it. It's my humble request. Now we are going to end up this session, and once again we are going to rejoin at exactly 7:30 in order to have a valedictory function. Please, all of you, after this, please do join for the valedictory function exactly at 7:30. You have to enter into the ATAL FDP, then only it's possible for you to give an online feedback as well as the test. Once you finish the test as well as feedback, then only you are going to get the certificate. Otherwise, you won't get the certificate. So we have only 2 hours, only 1 hour from 6:30 to 7:30. The schedule is only 1 hour. It's my humble request to each and every participants, please do have a feedback as well as the test which has been there in ATAL portal. Please admit as well as means log in through your ID and do the feedback as well as test. Thank you so much. We are going to meet again exactly at 7:30 in the valedictory session. We will be waiting. Thank you.